Good morning to everybody. My name is Samuel Burke. I'm a technology and business correspondent for the CNN affiliate networks, and it is great to be back. I wanted to be there in person with so many of you, but as is the nature of what's happening, I'm in quarantine here in London. But that's the great part about these hybrid events, so that we can discuss what's happening in the context of the pandemic in terms of information, disinformation, and misinformation, which has fragmented our societies, perhaps even more so during the pandemic. So I want to get right to it and bring on the guests. We have Julia Mate, the Secretary of State for European Affairs for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Romania. Good morning, good afternoon to you. We have Ivan Krastev. Good morning. Ivan Krastev, who's going to be with us for the first 30 minutes. So we're going to let you have your say for the first half a lot. And we really want to thank you for joining. You're the chairman of the Center for Liberal Strategies in Sofia and a permanent fellow at the IWM Institute of Human Sciences in Vienna. Good afternoon to you. We have Clara Volintriu, director for Aspen New Economy and Society programs, and Bogdan Lazaroe, former director of the new NATO Headquarters Project Office and Transition Office. Welcome, everybody. Hopefully we won't have too many interruptions on stage or in our houses, but if a kid comes running through and we have a viral moment, then so be it. So I want to get right to the heart of the matter and start with you, Ivan, and really get your thoughts on how you see that this has all played out. From my viewpoint here in the UK, though I'm American, so I'm looking at it on both sides of the Atlantic, from Europe to the US, it really does feel like things have gotten worse. This is a problem that we've been talking about at this forum many times. And if we look at where we were before the pandemic, and now as we hopefully are coming to the tail end of the pandemic, we hope, it really feels like things have taken a turn for the worst. Am I being too negative in my thinking?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Sorry for leaving earlier. But basically, if you're looking for much more positivism, I'm not the person to go to. So from this point of view, I agree very much with you that one of the probably at least mid-term effects of the corona crisis is the further erosion in the trust in institutions. In the beginning, there was the feeling that exactly because we're talking about the public health crisis, people are going to be much more ready to trust established media, experts, and others. And now we see this is not the case, and very high level of vaccination hesitance in some of the countries are the practical view of this. So as a result of it, I do believe that we should try to also rethink how we're thinking about all this process of disinformation, misinformation. I'll start with something which is very obvious, but this is that mistrust is not bad in general. Trusting too much the governments is not an option too. And we know basically moments in which trusting too much can lead to a major disaster. But certain level of mistrust is totally disempowering citizens and making societies difficult to govern. This kind of a crisis for the very capacity to govern is something that I do believe we're going to miss. We're going to experience in this post-corona period. So what was the new on this? First, you have people staying at home and consuming much more information than ever before. The fact that we have been basically in front of the screen all the time was creating a situation in which we go and really consumed a lot of information, and this information was very much focused on a specific issue, and this issue was the crisis. It was about the pandemic.
Of course, you would have thought that would have made us more informed, but I have a feeling that's not what you're about to say.
And of course, it's excessive, and this is interesting because one of the interesting stories with all this discussion about fake news as misinformation is that if you go on opinion polls and ask people, do you believe that fake news is a big problem? They're going to tell you yes. Is it a fake news problem for you? They're going to say no. So we basically believe that fake news is what others are reading. In a certain way, misinformation and fake news became the way to explain why others do not agree with you. So in my view, the first and the most important task for any type of overcoming this situation is trying to convince people that probably they themselves can be the objective misinformation, disinformation, and they can pay the price for this. And this is not easy because people believe that they're right, generally, that others are wrong. And while we're very much focusing on the supply side, certain governments, certain groups that are basically trying to weaponize misinformation and others, I do believe we should very much try to focus also on the demand side. Why people are ready to believe things that probably are not particularly believable. Why basically they're so difficult to change their opinion even when they face fact-checking instruments and others. What are the sources of misinformation? Because my general hypothesis is that, for example, we see very strong correlations between the level of political polarizations in the countries and misinformation. This is not what is said, the problem is who is saying it. For example, one of the response, particularly to Facebook and others when they are seeing misinformation, is to try to basically approach and target some of the consumers of this information and trying to say this is not true. Strangely enough, in the beginning, they try to show and do it in a way to show how solid their position is. But the more solid and established you look, the less you are trusted by this type of constituencies. So in my view, this focus on the demand side, trying to understand why people are ready to believe all this, why the infection with conspiracy theories is becoming probably more dangerous than basically the infection with the corona is quite important. And from this point of view, when it comes to this type of a misinformation environment, there are no vaccines, and even basically some of the big pharmaceuticals cannot help us a lot.
I want to thank you for that input. You put a lot in context there. Yulia, I want to turn to you for a moment. It really struck me as I was speaking to Andrew Roble, who's part of Emerging Europe and a friend of this institute. He's based in Malta now. I'm from the United States. And when I think about Malta being the first place to claim that they have herd immunity versus the United States, where I'm from, where now most scientists, do not believe that herd immunity is achievable anytime soon. Of course, I think of the former president of the United States, and I think about how maybe just a few years ago, I would have said that disinformation, misinformation comes from the bottom down, these types of conspiracy theories. But when we look at people like the former president, and we look at some of the leaders in Europe as well, where misinformation has come from the top down, am I naive to think that this is a new phenomenon? And what can we do to combat this type of misinformation about the pandemic, about coronavirus, when it's literally coming from the top down, Yulia?
Yes, good morning, everyone. And indeed, Sam, it was quite challenging for all of us during the pandemics to fight disinformation and to keep to our objectives when it comes not only how to manage the pandemics at the EU level, but also how to increase the trust of the public opinion in the vaccination process. And indeed, of course, we are starting discussions about countries trying to reach already the collective immunity. But before reaching that stage, we really need to discuss more about the union's performance as a whole during the pandemics, how the union was able or not to perform effectively during this period, how us as member states were able to respond and to cope with our challenges individually in the first place and then collectively at the union's level, and then to see upon our deliveries which were the results and how, judging upon those results, we can have even phenomena like this where we need to counteract in terms of fake news and in terms of spreading all kind of news or infos about the institution and the performance, the overall performance of the EU. I heard Ivan saying that we are facing with a mistrust in the institutions. Perhaps this was the case in the first phases of the pandemics, because we actually at the EU level during last year and this year's still, we had to tackle all kinds of challenges posed by the pandemics, and our capacity to respond individually as member states or to react collectively to a common threat was really put to a big test. And the sanitary crisis highlighted both our assets and also the areas where we need to do more to adapt and to enhance our crisis management instruments at the EU level. And the discussion that we are currently having, and it was actually launched on the 9th of May on the future of Europe, I think represents a good opportunity for us all to reflect more on those lessons learned from the pandemics and to come up with solutions and to meet expectations of the European citizens. And for this one, we really need a pragmatic approach and set on reaching concrete results. And while looking a little bit behind to those lessons learned, one can easily say that in the first place, and this is very much linked with the spreading of the misinformation across Europe, is that the crisis showed us how important was to maintain and observe the principles and the values of the Union. And the value of the solidarity and the Union has been best highlighted by the current pandemic crisis. And I think that it became more and more clear that unity and solidarity should pave the way forward in further strengthening the European project.
Okay. I hate to interrupt you, but I feel it necessary because I just want to challenge that. I'm sitting here in the UK. Plenty of people, I'll be transparent, I'm one of the people who didn't think that Brexit would be good for the UK. I still don't think that Brexit will be good for the UK. But if you looked, even people who are skeptical of Brexit like me saw that the UK did incredibly well not being a part of the European Union in the vaccination phase of coronavirus. So if you're talking about we need more unity, we saw that not being a member of the EU, the lack of unity benefited us here in the UK. So that's hard for someone like me to say that believes so much in the EU. How do you respond to that? Or what do you say to somebody who's sitting in a Spain or a Romania and says, well, look how the UK did, people who might be Eurosceptics. I hate to bring Brexit right back into it, but this is a reality. Sure. So you're talking about the unity, but what about this argument that maybe unity didn't help and maybe places like the UK flourish not being a part of the EU because of the mismanagement of the vaccine procurement?
Yeah, well, I will simply say that via this unity and coordinated action at the EU level, we succeeded in having lots of measures taken at the medical level by joint procurement, like we have been mentioning, like rescue stockpiling, actually, where Romania was the first country to put forward such a project. Fiscal measures at the European level, if we are just only thinking of how we had greater flexibility for using the EU money, the instruments for activated and EU money by escaping, for instance, from the clause of the Stability Pact, by measures linked to home affairs and protecting of the internal and external border of the Union, by activating our civil protections mechanism in order to repatriate our citizens, European citizens in different third countries. So we had all those measures put together, which allowed us to act quickly and to be able to deliver measures that have been expected from one day to another. So here, I think we had the collective and the unity of the European action, which was proven via all those measures. And I think that this was beneficial for all of us, because like I was saying, we need to look in these discussions also from the perspective of how the Union is still bringing added value. This relates also with the Brexit issue and the fears and the skepticism that we faced there in the debate on the Brexit issue when it comes to what EU can do and deliver. And the main conclusions from the crisis is that we need still to adapt our instruments at the EU level in order to be much more quicker in our response, much more resilient as a union per se. And the resilience is not only linked to the internal market and to our economic and social responses. The resilience is both internally and externally. We need a stronger EU globally. We need a stronger EU in this neighborhood, and this is, as you can imagine, a strong point for Romania. And we need to be more resilient internally. How to do it? It's of course up to us to discuss, and I'm fully encouraging everyone, especially in this context which is related to the debates for the future of Europe, to see how internally we can be more resilient. And here I'm fully agreeing with you that we can't discuss about deliveries and results of the and communicating on the results of the European Union and how to better communicate about the EU if we don't have sufficient results and deliveries. So those two aspects are totally interlinked, and we really need to be focused on the deliveries in order to be able to communicate more on Europe and to counteract all kinds of fake news related to the EU action, generally speaking.
Julia, I want to now go just above you to Clara. Clara, I mean, really, Julia's looking at a lot of things, half glass full. I think she's being honest and saying we could have done things better. But if we did have to focus on what some of the major mistakes are, or the biggest mistake, let's say, of the EU in dealing with this, again, I'm asking this in the context of the panel, which is about misinformation and disinformation. But part of that was able to flourish because plenty of governments around the world, not just the EU, didn't have that handle on this. Though if we look to the Asian countries, you could argue those ones did. Clara, when you look back now at the past year, what do you think was the central biggest fault in the EU's handling of this crisis that allowed disinformation to flourish?
Well, you know, disinformation can only do so much in the absence of real results, like Yulia just mentioned. So I think if we want to look at how to counter disinformation, we really want to look at structural aspects as well, not just counter communication. So let's look at the EU and see what are its biggest vulnerabilities at the moment. And I think one of the biggest vulnerabilities is that there's still a process of integration to be fulfilled. And here is a point that Professor Krastev, I know, made before, and I made myself in certain publications. There's still an East-West divide in the European Union. And I think that that kind of links to the fact that good governance was one of the underpinnings of managing the pandemics, but it's more broad than that. We shouldn't really look at resilience just from the lenses of the pandemics, because that would be very narrow-focused and it would miss the point. A resilient society is prepared to react and to recover from any type of shock. And I think that's kind of the objective that the European Union as a whole must keep in focus. And in order to do so, we must remember that we're only as strong as our weakest link. I'm not sure if you can hear me. There was a blurring of the image.
Yeah, you paused for a second, but we could hear you perfectly, so continue.
Okay, so the point was that we're only as strong as our weakest link. And to that effect, we must acknowledge all the vulnerabilities and strengths of each member state. But we also must keep in mind that there are very, very severe subnational disparities within many of the newer member states of the European Union. And they too have to be addressed, and they have to be addressed with proper metrics, with proper baseline measures. And I think these are elements that the European Union cannot fulfill by itself. It's a process of parts. So each member state should be more engaged in diagnosing its own vulnerabilities and capabilities. And here comes a question: to what extent are we willing to showcase our vulnerabilities to each other? Because, you know, in diplomacy, there's this process of negotiation and interaction based on your strength. So this is a time where we actually have to also acknowledge our shared vulnerabilities, which is a process of honesty, but it's also a process of reform and reshaping the way we live and produce, so the new economy and society that we're trying to build. Now, coming back to your question, what was the biggest failure? I think the biggest failure can still be ahead of us. And I think that if we're looking at resilience just as a recovery from the pandemics type of strategy, we're missing the point. We're looking at resilience based on sustainable development. We're looking at resilience. We should be looking at resilience based on further integration. We should be looking at resilience through the lenses of a new economic model and all the challenges that it underlies for newer member states. Are we in a position to achieve competitiveness at the same time as developing the green transition? We need to discuss that in order to actually implement the objectives that we're taking on at EU level. Can we actually fulfill, growth disparities at subnational level while we're focusing on smart integration and so on and so forth? And a GMF recent project showcased that for Romania, Hungary, and Moldova, one of the largest vulnerabilities in terms of democratic resilience was the inequality in the labor market. So it's not necessarily disinformation, it's the structural weakness that people still face. Poverty, people who are in disenfranchised areas had the highest impact of the pandemics on themselves. Urban areas had 90% of the pandemic cases, but urban areas were also more endowed to manage the pandemics with hospital beds and so on and so forth. So I think there's a really need to have a proper discussion on how to bridge these subnational and across EU disparities in development in order to be truly resilient as a whole, as a union.
That's very interesting, and you could see my eyes get bigger when you said that the worst could still be ahead of us. It's hard to imagine that in the pandemic, but I hear what you're saying loud and clear, Clara. Bogdan, I want to turn to you because I have thought about this pandemic so many times in terms of the East-West divide, not European East-West divide, but Asia versus Europe type East-West divide. When you look at how well countries in Asia, and I'm including Australia, New Zealand did, I mean, what does that say about us in the West? That we handled it so poorly in terms of getting testing so quickly, in terms of clear messaging, in terms of quarantining, closing down borders. Clearly, they did it better than us. What does that say about the macro picture here?
Good morning, Sam, and thank you, Aspen Institute and GMF, for organizing this event. It's a privilege to be here in a lot of ways. Resilience at the end of the day is threat agnostic. We tend to look and talk about the pandemic right now because it is in fact the biggest thing that we've ever faced, as humanity for at least a few centuries, if not more. But specifically to your question, I think that ultimately resilience is also about leadership and the ability to in fact have that leadership credibility at all levels, be it at a state level, be it at a local level, be it at a across borders in the case of the EU in particular. And when you look in particularly at the East, of course, you had societies that are a bit more constrained and orderly, to call it that way, where you can have a direction that comes from a central government to take a certain approach to behavior or economic, think of China, for example. But at the same time, you have countries like Australia and New Zealand, where in fact the quality of the leadership is actually what made the difference in their success, in my assessment, in their success or failure in managing the pandemic. Of course, one can argue they're insular countries, they can shut down a lot easier, but not only that, so you look at New Zealand, the Prime Minister of New Zealand actually brought the population along through information and through an empathic and quality leadership and understanding why it is that we need to do what we need to do, difficult though it may be, to achieve a result that benefits all of us as a society rather than us as an individual. And at the other extreme, you look at the United States, and I, as you say, I am an American, just got back from the US a couple of weeks ago, when in fact there's this increasing fracture between the federal government and its credibility and state and local leaders and what they do. And in fact, the further you go towards the hinterland and the West, the more fragmented it becomes, because it's our own personal interest that is primary over our interest as a society. And that, at the end of the day, is a failure of leadership. If we, and nothing else, one can argue about the previous administration and how it handled things, but also leadership at a state and local level. So ultimately, when we start looking, how do we come out of the pandemic, that is one piece, and we're in the process of hopefully doing that. Hopefully not, the worst is not ahead of us. But how do we grow as society? And a lot of the answers are in fact in the quality and credibility of our leadership and the trust that we all have in each other and in those that we have elected to lead us.
I want to follow up on that then, because if you compare styles, then you brought up the leader of New Zealand, who's very beloved, certainly in the media across the world, and you compare it to here in the EU. Of course, we had Boris Johnson, who made a mockery of coronavirus at first and literally made a joke about it and said he wanted to shake people's hands and ended up in the hospital and nearly died, according to his own account. But if you're saying that the leaders are so much better, if you're saying that Jacinda Ardern is so much more empathetic, are you saying perhaps that there is a lack of that here in the EU?
I'm saying that we can do substantially better to bring our own citizens along in a credible way. And in fact, taking us back to where we started in fighting the disinformation and these centrifugal forces that are actually on the inside, but they're caused from the outside. And in fact, when you look at the perception as a regular citizen of governments and their credibility or lack thereof, to call it for what it is in fact what determines each of us to draw our own conclusions as to what we need to do. I mean, take the case of the pandemic. I'm not going to wear a mask. I'm not going to get vaccinated, even though the objective scientific evidence is to the contrary. But the credibility of those that carry the messages across is put into doubt by many of us. Not many of us, but many of us broadly. So therefore, we need to actually do substantially better at a leadership level in bringing those that are responsible along with us in achieving a certain effect as a society.
I think you're onto something very important here. So Yulia, I want to follow up with you on Bogdan's point. Would it have behooved the European Union to do more of the Jacinda Ardern style, the Justin Trudeau style, the Andrew Cuomo style before his scandal, which is to say to really utilize media, to do, as Bogdan said, really take people on an information journey? Should the EU have been doing a better mediaized, for lack of another made-up word, version of daily briefings, of really making us feel like we were all part of one centralized unit? Would we be in a different place than if we had done something like that? I mean, the Andrew Cuomo briefing started becoming nationally televised. Andrew Cuomo is, of course, the governor of New York, but because he was bringing such clarity, or seeming clarity, some of that has now been questioned, as opposed to Donald Trump, who really had a disjointed message and is arguably the reason that he lost. If somebody had been doing that at the EU level, do you think that we could have filled this space better so that the disinformation and mistrust wouldn't have been there?
Yeah, definitely. Communicating more and better will fill this gap of disinformation, which is a very frequent and spread around us. But now, in my view, we need to look to this from a twofold perspective. We really need to have this double communication, at the national level, and at the EU level, because what we've been seeing many times in the EU, and this was, I think, part of the Brexit as well, is that there are situations when the leaders are communicating something in Brussels and then differently in their own countries. So we need to have the same narrative.
Can you give an example of that? You don't have to name names per se,
No,
unless
but
you want to.
it is, and we know all that it was a rhetoric which was used when we were discussing about the EU the whole week, and on Sunday, let's say, someone was saying, well, EU is bad. This was not a decision that I will adopt in my country because it was taken by Brussels and not assumed nationally by the EU member states. And this is wrong, actually, because we know very well that we are EU. Us as member states, we are part of the EU. So we are part of the common decision at the EU level. One cannot pretend that he was not part of the decision, because this is false. So when you are part of the decision and when the EU politics is domestic politics at the end of the day, so you really need to communicate in this way and not the other way around, because other way, this is detrimental for all of us, and this is detrimental for the whole EU project, because in the meantime, we are trying to adapt as I was saying, perhaps there are many things to be adapted and to be adjusted in the view of the pandemics, and we are trying to do this at the EU level now. We are trying to see where the EU can be more efficient. Not just that we want to have more EU per se. We want to have a good judgment where to draw this line, which is a very fine line between the national and the EU competencies, and where we will come to the conclusion, like for instance for the health sectors, that perhaps a more EU coordinated action is beneficial for all of us, then to take the decision in this way. But once the decision is taken, then it must be communicated by all of us in saying this was our assessment, that this is the way forward in our action from now on. So communicating means not only communicating, let's say, daily if necessary, and in times of crisis, communicating daily, of course, is a huge advantage, because the decision, like we saw in our countries and the EU level, were taken very quickly because the situation was so. And we really need to explain why we took one or other decision, why, what was at stake, because there was many things at stake, and perhaps this is not so obvious for the ordinary citizens, why we decided to go in a way or another, and then to have the political honesty also to explain why those decisions are bringing an added value at the European level, not only at the national level, or to also be much more politically honest and saying when those decisions are proven to be the right ones, not to say that it was only a national measures and without recognizing the fact that it was a national measure, but taken into a wider coordination at the EU level. So all these ingredients, I think, are necessary in order to make us more coherent in explaining why we are doing this or that, and much more active and proactive in terms of communication, because indeed this is very needed.
Yulia, I want to take your point and put it to Clara a bit more. Clara, you're really looking down the road, probably a lot farther than most of us are. Why? I want to take what Yulia said, but actually bounce back just 1 second before I get there. Why do you think that the worst is still ahead of us? What do you think? I mean, are you talking about in the pandemic context or outside the pandemic context? And then I'll ask you what the question I really want to ask you.
No, not just that. So I'm talking about institutional capacity to recover from any crisis, and I think that's the point we should all keep in mind. Why I'm worried is the fact that we don't know what the next crisis will be, and we don't know how the pandemic is going to unfold yet. We do hope that the worst is behind us in terms of the pandemics, but what do we do?
Do you think that the worst is behind you, particularly in Eastern Europe, where vaccine uptake has been not great?
I mean, this is another discussion because we all have to factor in evidence-based analysis, and we need to factor in the number of people that are still residing outside the borders in Eastern Europe and the brain drain that has been very large in this part of Europe. So I think that's a completely different discussion from what I was referring to. What I was referring to is the fact that we need to take this opportunity to reform our institutions and to revisit what Bogdan and Yulia already mentioned, the way we perceive leadership. And I mean it, the way we perceive leadership, because leaders are currently permanently faced with trade-offs. And when we understand that as citizens, then we can have a better relationship, a better social contract. There's always a sacrificed alternative. And we need to be very honest with each other in our societies. What are the trade-offs that we can live with, and what are the trade-offs that we expect our leaders to live with? And, you know, this is just an example that Yulia already gave between efficiency and transparency, between effectiveness and accountability, between security and safety, between, you know, between any type of measures, between sustainable development and resilience in the sense of maintaining what you already have. So you really need to focus on these very hard and important issues when you're talking about your national institutions and the European institutions. And that's where leadership, I think, comes along. But we also need to focus in Eastern Europe on subnational leadership. There's amazing action at subnational level, and there has been amazing action in managing the crisis ad hoc with, you know, spontaneous collaborations between the public sector, the private sector, NGOs, volunteers. These are really notable elements. And I think...
Is there an example that comes to mind as a standout example for you, Clara?
Of course, I'm thinking, you know, in Romania, there's Cluj, there's Alba Iulia, there's Timișoara, there's Iași, in Hungary, there's Budapest, in Poland, there's Gdansk, there's Prague, there's Warsaw. I think there are a great many cities in Eastern Europe that have proven to be more resilient than the national averages would have them you know, foresight type of assessment credited to be. And if you're asking me how foresight should be, I think foresight should still be about causality. We should still look at what causes what, and then decide what we want to invest in terms of our capabilities. And one more point, if I may. We've been talking about national leadership, and we've been talking about subnational leadership. I have brought that up. But I think we haven't really been talking about coordinated action at transatlantic level. And I think that's really one of the major points, the elephant in the room, if you want, talking about this forum. I think that's one of the major points that we all collectively, as citizens and as leaders, we should all start to address. Because if we don't have coordinated measures, if we don't have coordinated concepts of action, then how can we act together? And, you know, we have to go further than the sectorial, systemic type of assessment. We need to look at the full system in our society.
Are you talking about the typical US, EU? Is that what first comes to mind?
I think, it's not just EU versus US, it's international organizations by themselves. You have NATO looking at disaster crisis reaction. You have the EU looking through the foresight process. You have them looking at basically structural cohesion, socioeconomic factors, health, green, digital, all that they're investing in through the European funding. And then you have the OECD, who's looking at global supply chains and, kind of accessibility to goods and services. And the World Bank, who's looking at the institutional resilience in their urban resilience framework. So each of these international organizations are having disparate type of metrics and assessments. And then, of course, it's the EU separately from the USA. And maybe that was about leadership, but I think it's time to move beyond that. And I think it's time to acknowledge that it's more than a political agenda and more than a two-level game. It's about our shared societal resilience in a shared space of values. And probably it's about, democratic values and the climate action, but it's more about coordinated action across all these different layers.
It's interesting when you talk about that. I really see the ways that we weren't able to coordinate in this type of situation, maybe the ways that we need to coordinate when there's a crisis that may be the result of global warming, something environmental. I really clearly understand what you're saying. It's quite an interesting point. Bogdan, when we look at how things have realigned, right now you could say we're in the fog of not war, but the fog of the pandemic. Do you see major shifts that maybe aren't so apparent? I keep on looking at the numbers out of Asia, how well they're doing economically. I'm not just talking about the China. I'm looking at across, again, Australia, New Zealand. Have things reshaped in a way that we're maybe not even quite aware of yet? Is China that much stronger now coming out of this?
I think that there are two aspects to consider. One is, before the pandemic, if you remember, we used to talk a lot about globalization, right? And how we try to make economies more efficient, supply chains, and source our flowers in Colombia, even though you live in Bucharest, and so forth and so on. The pandemic has brought to light that interconnectivity, for the lack of a better word, that exists both in the physical world as well as in the information world. Because information travels obviously globally very, very fast at this juncture. And there is a reassessment as to what does that mean. Again, going back to the United States, I've actually never seen the US without items on a shelf at Target because supply chain problems. You would ask, when are you going to have insoles? Well, we don't know. We didn't have them for 2 months. Why? They're made in China and they don't have rubber. Anyway, there are consequences to it. So we're probably at a cusp of probably two fundamental questions. One is globalization is great and it's got its values. I'm not arguing for or against it. It's just an observation. But how do we actually make our societies and our economies significantly more resilient by having much shorter supply chains? You look at the incident in the Suez, which had nothing to do with the pandemic, that also brought to light the fragility of the supply chains as they go through it. A lot of the supply chains do actually originate in Asia and particularly in China. So then when you overlay the economic and political competition on that, brings even more issues into stark focus as to what do we do with it. And then the more fundamental question as well is, in fact, how do we not control, far be it from me to suggest that, but how do we actually apply the same thinking to information that flows globally very fast, and in particularly disinformation? How do we actually begin to understand exactly the network connectivity that we have throughout the world? You take the example of the Colonial Pipeline attack, or some of the other cyber attacks. The fact that we can actually reach across the world in sub-seconds and have a major impact on a particular society. And we're only at the beginning of asking and answering those questions. And they will require, in fact, just because it's global, they will in fact require a transatlantic connection. It will require a multilateral connection. It will require not just actor states, but also international organizations actually being involved in it, because they're the ligaments in the skeleton, if you think, of, what is globalization at the end of the day. And these are some fundamental questions that we actually need to ask ourselves. But more importantly, we can talk about policy, we can talk about papers, we can talk about things that we ought to do. But then the fundamental question really is, now what? Okay, what do we do with it? We've seen that there's some, for example, weaknesses in the supply chain. What are the concrete actions that we're going to take, be it country, be it international organizations, be it corporations, be it governments? And again, it will all come back to the same thing, which is leadership, and actually having the courage to put in front of our citizens some fundamental questions in saying maybe we should bring back production of fill in the blanks to the shores of the United States, not as a nationalistic measure, but as a measure of resilience. Maybe we should understand that we're very, very interconnected and therefore become resilient in preparing for the next event, which will happen. Might be climate, might be economic inequality, might be access to healthcare, might be, let's hope not, another pandemic, but there will be challenges ahead of us, probably more so than before.
I want to take an opportunity just to open this up to any questions or comments, whether it's online, whether you're there in person. This would be the chance to come up and ask your questions. So while we wait for that, and I can't see exactly what's happening in the room from my vantage point, so you guys will have to cue me as well as the organizers. But when we get to the heart of what Bogdan was just saying, which is about the information online, I mean, do we really have any say in any of this? I feel like we've been having this conversation long before the pandemic and government trying to do something. But in terms of the spread of information, disinformation, and misinformation online, do we feel like we're any closer? Do we feel like we have any control really? Or is this really all in the hands of Facebook and Twitter and figuring out maybe technology as the solution? It feels like they have a better handle on it now, feels like. But are we fooling ourselves to think that we're really having any true input, that it's just really in the hands of Silicon Valley at the end of the day?
So sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Yulia. I'll come to you, Clara.
Yes, I think that the pandemic showed us that we really need to be much more focused on those aspects, actually, because controlling information, it's impossible. What we can do is to try to fill the space with correct information on what we are doing, what is good for our policies, which is the rationale behind our decisions, and how we can commonly counteract different negative scenarios, be it at the international level, be it nationally. Because otherwise, people will take most everything that they will see on their screens, and you really need to have much more, in a way, educated opinion in order to filter all those information that are flooding around and which are so difficult to assess without having an expertise, because we are discussing today more and more in terms of a real expertise for which is the very basis of our decisions. Because, well, we've been discussing here about the structure of our economies, how those structures is moving to more digital, much more environmental, much more sustainable. We are discussing about structural problems in our institutions, societies. For having a thorough understanding of those discussions, you really need to have some part of expertise in order to assess better the information that are launched in the public space. So for this one, we need, and this is our part of the job as well, while communicating, for instance, is to make sure that we will we will deliver also a sort of background information, not only the final decision and the final consequences of our decision, which are to be seen after the decision is taken.
I like that answer a lot. That makes a lot of sense to me. And that's one place where I feel like, especially EU governments, I mean, part of it's because of the huge amount of languages that we have in the EU, but to see the governments become clearer communicators, savvier on social media, it feels that it would just fill that space that's very quickly and easily filled by the disinformation, misinformation. Clara, I could see that you wanted to jump in. I know that you've got a view on this.
I'm just cautious about generalizing the source of disinformation online, because you still have a lot of people that are not that reliant on online sources of information as much as they are on trusted people. So it's the kind of the inertia of local communities or professional communities. You still have leaders of opinion that can influence or inform, depending on what's their agenda, the public consciousness. And I think here participatory governance can play a big part. So the first priority, as Yulia said, is education. But the second could be a more inclusive way of not just decision making, but reflecting the administrative process across different layers of our society, including those stakeholders that can then inform their communities in which they are relevant influencers.
So give me a little more detail on that.
Well, in Eastern Europe, such as Romania, you have local communities that there's a recent study on resilience from a socio-ethnographic perspective that was quoted in one of our recent assessments. And the principal investigator highlighted this aspect. Local communities have that strong inertia, and the way they did things is the way they do things and the way they will continue to do things. So while we're very focused in our kind of level of existence on the sources of disinformation via social media, we're still ignoring the people on the ground that can nurture democratic resilience directly, person to person. And I think there's more attention to be paid on that type of local accountability and local stakeholders that can lead bottom-up, grassroots democratic resilience.
I want to turn to you for a second, Bogdan. Again, if anybody has any comments or questions, now's the time. But I want to go back because you have such a grasp of both sides of the Atlantic. As we close this out and we look outside of the confines of the pandemic context, where do things stand now between the two big elephants in the room, between Europe and between the US? I mean, so many people talked about a relationship that had been irreversibly damaged. And it seems like fairly quickly things have gotten back to normal. Were those things overstated, or are there wounds that are being healed, being covered up rather by bandages? What is the state of play and what's the medium to long-term view? Assuming that President Trump doesn't come back to office, which may be an incorrect assumption.
I think the transatlantic bond is there to stay, much to the chagrin of some to the east of us, because it's NATO. When you look at it, and transatlantic bond in general, because you include Canada, you include the United States, it's actually been wildly successful at the end of the day. Without rehashing the history of NATO, I think that there's some scratches. Not so much wounds that are probably being healed and excised, for the lack of a better word. You see substantial more commitments on both sides of the Atlantic to a common cause. You see some fundamental questions being asked in terms of common values that we share, and particularly as maybe another geopolitical reality begins to emerge. But at the end of the day, that relationship is not going to go anywhere. It's just simply too close. Now, 4 years ago, one could have argued that Britain's not going to go anywhere outside of the EU, and yet it did. But there's substantially more actors at play in this transatlantic relationship, and a much more common view of what values are. When you look at democracy, when you look at human rights, when you look at sort of an approach to economics overall, even though they're slightly different between the Europe and the United States. And those type of bonds are immensely difficult to dissolve, as much as they stretch and strain at times. And you know, you take NATO, for example, it's had a history of disagreement along the years, but they were always in a position to actually being able to resolve them, because there was a common purpose that, you know, at the time was the standing up to the Soviet Union. And those type of things, you know, there's a lot of muscle memory in societies and between governments in terms of shared struggles along the years that lead to the same direction.
But what is that common purpose now? Because a lot of people, not just the Trump sycophants, did make an argument that that NATO was outdated, that there wasn't a common cause anymore. Is the common cause to the north of us? Is that what's going to bind NATO now?
The common cause remained the same value of the organizations that have always been along, which is, you know, deterrence and defense, and of course the ever evolving topics that come along. Climate change is again one of them. We ought not forget that we still have nuclear weapons. We still have disarmament on the agenda, regardless of whether it's a bipolar or multipolar world at the end of the day. And not the organization itself, but the bond itself has adapted over the years, as you know, it evolved over the last 70 plus years since the end of the Second World War, and it will continue to evolve as we go forward.
And as you look at the landscape in the short term, and I'm not just talking about NATO now, I'm coming back to the larger context of this discussion in terms of misinformation, the pandemic, just the kind of general state of where we are right now. What's the thing that concerns you most as you look out right now about where we're going in the next 6 months?
It's the lack of trust and the erosion of trust that exists between the different parts of society, and the compact that is disappearing between all of us, and the lack of trust, both looking up and looking, you know, across to our peers, not only to our leaders, and that is going to be immensely difficult to reestablish. We all know that, you know, trust is gained over time, but it's eroded very, very quickly. So fundamentally, our ability to communicate and, more importantly, listen to and understand the truth has been fundamentally damaged in the last 18 months.
Clara, what's the biggest challenge that you see for us in this landscape in the next 6 months? For me, I have to say that it's vaccine uptake. I mean, when I look in the US and you see the amount of people, the country with the most amount of vaccine and the least amount of uptake, I mean, it's really concerning to me. And then I think about the different countries in the EU where there's a lot of resistance. I don't want to lead you. You don't have to have the same answer as me. Maybe you have a different one, Clara. What do you see as the major challenge in the next 6 months?
I mean, I'm going to stick to my argument. I think coordinated action, whether it is in vaccination or you know, climate action, I think we really need to focus on coordinated action across multi-level governance, across levels, but also across countries and across the Atlantic. And I think this is a big challenge, and it's a bigger challenge than many acknowledge. But if we want vaccination to be effective, you really need a very, very strong cooperation between different layers of the institutional architecture in any country and any region. So I think coordinated action is my top priority.
And what would you change right now about that, specifically about vaccination, distribution, and communication?
Well, you know, it's not just in terms of governance. I think you also need to make sure people understand, because as far as I can tell, in the US and in many parts of Europe, there is also this issue of people who don't want to get vaccinated. And I think also people not wearing masks and all that. So I think there's also an effort to make people understand what's at stake. And as many of us have already lost a dear person to the pandemics, I think it's also a sort of challenge for every one of us to make it, well known out there that we're facing a collective challenge. It's not just your personal choice, it's a collective choice that we have to take.
Have you been vaccinated yet? That's a personal question, but I'm asking it.
Yes.
Yeah. What, you had AstraZeneca or Pfizer,
I had Pfizer.
and you were able to get it locally?
Yes, because
And
this is an interesting point that we're kind of investigating different policies of vaccination across Europe. And in
yeah.
Romania, you have amongst the categories that are in priority us as teachers. So
Yes.
because opening up schools and teaching facilities was a priority, then we had priority to vaccination, even though I'm much younger than people in the
Yeah.
UK, for example, who are my age and haven't had the chance to get vaccinated. So it's strategic choices. Coming back to my point earlier about trade-offs and how do you make those choices and based on what outcomes that you want to pursue and expect.
And Bogdan, I assume you were vaccinated in the US?
Yeah, I was actually vaccinated in Romania.
Romania.
Yeah, but Sam,
Pfizer?
Pfizer, yes, that is correct.
And I'm a bit like Clara, because I teach a volunteer English class. I was able to get vaccinated very early on in March, early March in Arizona, where I'm from, with 2 doses of Pfizer. And I'm about to have the 3rd dose of Pfizer as part of a trial here in the UK. Julia, I'm asking this same personal question. I just feel that it's relevant. So have you been vaccinated? And what's the big challenge that you see for us in the next 6 months?
Yes, I've been vaccinated, and I've been vaccinated with AstraZeneca, and I'm very well, and I feel relieved actually, and I really see the light at the end of the tunnel for every one of us in terms of resuming our normal life, whatever this new normality will be. The important is that we do have a chance now to get to our old habits and be part fully of our societies and families again. Well, the big challenges for, in my view, for the time to come is indeed to maintain this collective action. I will stick to my arguments as well in saying that even though in times of crisis, the first temptation for each of us, including our states, is perhaps to act individually. The crisis shown us once more that via a collective performance, we are stronger and we are much more effective. And what's the most important for us in order to showcase that we really drawn the right conclusions after a crisis and how to be better prepared for similar crises is specifically this, to underline the fact that our force was given by our coordination and by our unity, and when it comes to the EU, also by our solidarity. So all those values are key, and we need to stick to those values from now on as well in order to build our future endeavors at the EU level as well.
Well, I really feel if there's one message I've taken from all of you, it's let's fill the vacuum before somebody else does, with information, with good governance, with communication, with the strength that has made us so strong for all of these decades. So Julia, Clara, and Bogdan, thank you so much. Nice to see you guys again. And I promise next time it will be in person with 3, maybe 4 doses of the vaccine. Who knows? Have a great morning and a great afternoon.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome again to the Bucharest Security Forum. My name is Cristina Cilacu. I'm a journalist, and my guest for this terrific conversation, I should say, is Ambassador Doru Costa. And the name of our panel, of our conversation, because we choose to name it like this, is new approaches for old problems, because we are talking about the Middle East. And first of all, Ambassador Costa, please let us know what shall we understand exactly from what Middle East is, because it's old, but now we have to see it in a different way in order to try to make some changes.
Indeed, thank you very much for the invitation. You made a very good point. The Middle East is old, one of the oldest places of humanity in the world. And this makes a lot of people feel they know about it. We've been learning, we've been hearing about the Middle East for ages. So what's new there? Well, novelties are everywhere. And without entering in the detailed inventory, I think there are some trends that are quite new in the area. One of those trends is that there used to be a key contradiction between the Arabs and the Israelis. Now, this key contradiction has somehow faded. There is another contradiction which is increasingly relevant, and that is the contradiction between the Sunnis and the Shias. So we have a shift in the gravity of the contradictions in the area. Another trend that we've noticed is a fragmentation. We talk about fragmentations of states. We have the example of Libya, Yemen, Iraq,
Syria,
and of course Syria. We have a fragmentation of societies themselves, with groups entering into very tense relations within countries and entities. An example is what happens in Israel after 2 years and 4 elections. This is a first in the history of Israel. The same example within the Palestinian side, where we have various factions and so on and so forth. Last but not least, there is a trend of shifting places, again, shifting places of old and the new actors in the area. We had some players there. They've been there for ages. And they had their own places. Now their places, these places have begun to shift, to change. So we see the Saudi Arabia growing, emerging. We see the Emirates, the United Arab Emirates emerging. We see the role of Iran emerging. But we also see the role of China, which is a new player. There is a role that people don't talk very much about, and that is Germany, who is a member of the JCPOA, of the Iran nuclear file issue. So there is another trend, so to speak, where what we used to know about the Middle East seem to be changing, and changing quite quickly.
I will give you the example of a recent movie that I watched. Its name is Oslo, so it's clear what is it about. And what is the main idea of this movie is the fact that a couple that actually lead to the to the agreement of Oslo eventually was having this, let's say, quote, we facilitate, we don't interfere. We saw recently an 11-day war between Israel and Hamas. What was the use of this war?
Well, I'm afraid the use of wars generally is a highly debatable issue. In this particular case, the 11 days war, it also has a name. We had the 6-day wars. Now we have the 11 days war. They use big inverted commas is to make everybody very attentive and very prudent on what next, because it has revealed a lot of novelties, again, a lot of new things in this area where it's so difficult to bring something new. It's been the same and the same game or play or reality or tragedy or whatever for
more than
70 years
yeah.
now. So what's new? Well, novelty is that in 10 days, the first 10 days of the conflict, of the recent conflict, Hamas sent to Israel 500 rockets a day. When the previous conflict, they used to fire some 100 rockets a day. Now that's new, because the Iron Dome, who did a tremendous job in protecting the population of Israel, can resist and react only that much, and then it might be overwhelmed. Israeli figures say, and Palestinian figures pretend, that they have 8,000 rockets still in their depositories in Gaza, in spite of the tremendous losses they suffered. So this is a warning. Something needs to be very carefully considered if we want to go the next step, and of course what that next step might be. Another issue, another new thing is, or was, the fact that at the same time with the war, there were clashes within communities in Israel proper between Arabs and Israelis. So this is not that has not happened before to that extent. And last but not least, because the jury, I think, is still out in reading what all the significances are. Last but not least, as I said, is that the winner of this episode is Hamas. Hamas managed to appear like the only entity who cares about the whole topic, and particularly about Jerusalem. It managed to push aside the Palestinian National Authority, accusing them of lack of action, and it managed also to put a huge pressure on Israel proper. This latest sentence I said is not mine. It is not Hamas's. It is an Israeli assessment. So when we talk about Israel, we better listen to the Israelis. And this is what I just did.
Yes, but how can we, as I said earlier, facilitate but not interfere in order to see at some point during our lifetime, if possible, this problem solved?
You know, your question is actually related to the big question of the whole conversation, because we're talking about new approaches. There was a great Israeli politician, Abai Ben, I think he was, who said that the negotiations and the peace process are like riding a bicycle. You need to keep your legs moving in order for the bicycle not to fall. Well, paying all the due respect to the memory of this great politician, we know that there are people who can stand on a bicycle while not moving, actually. So how to help without interfering? The first answer would be bring them together and let them talk. Well, but talk about what? They've been talking about a lot of things for a long time. There's not much progress. So there are some new ideas, which is, again, very difficult in an area like the Middle East, and particularly this file, the Israeli-Palestinian file. One idea was to revive the quartet. This was a Russian proposal. Views say that Russia came with this proposal because it is involved, so it may reassert its newly acquired position in the Middle East in general terms. We remember that Russia has all but disappeared from the Middle East for about 10 years, immediately in the 90s, right? Until the beginning of the 2000s. And now it is back. President Biden said America will be back. Well, Russia is back in the Middle East.
America is kind of leaving.
And America is coming back, is returning. We need to see and will do what? Because we don't need to see what the Russians are doing. We see it. We don't need to wait to see what they will be doing. They are doing it already. So they want a revival of quartet. Minister Lavrov also mentioned a couple of months ago a proposal which is called the 4+4+2+1 formula. The quartet, the 4 Arab countries that have normalized their relationship with Israel, that's Jordan, Egypt, the Emirates, and Bahrain. 2, that is Israelis and Palestinians, and 1, that is Saudi Arabia. It is a formula, Minister Lavrov again claimed to be on the table and under discussion. We'll see. Other proposals are missing. We know about the 2-state solution. It's an old concept, Oslo, by the way.
By the way, yeah.
But the support for this solution is waning, is diminishing, even among the Palestinians. The older Palestinians said it is the only way to do it. The younger Palestinians are those that we might call the Oslo generation.
The 90s, yes.
Because they are 30 years old, or around that. And that's quite a big chunk in the population, in the percentage in the Palestinian population. They say that they don't believe it will work, and they support the 1-state solution. Now that will be a first. There is no formula in the world of a confederation of this kind, to have 2 communities with very porous inter-institutional relationship within them, within those borders. 1 set of borders. But never say never. Everything is possible.
It's the Middle East, after all.
And there is an interesting attitude on behalf of the younger Palestinians I've been talking about. They say, if you talk about 2 states solution, it means that we have 1 state, Israel, 1 state, Palestine, but they are obviously unbalanced. If you talk about 1 state solution, then all rights, duties, freedoms, liberties, and so on, as responsibilities come to 1 state, and that is Israel. Let them do it. And hence you have the movement shifting. I use this verb a lot because this is a reality. It is shifting towards the individuals, towards rights, towards freedoms at the individual level, not at the state level. And here a very important challenge is the link that has appeared of late between the fate of the Palestinians in Israel and around, and the discrimination phenomena. To link that to the Black Lives Matter was a step that was already taken. And now this brings us to a totally new dimension, particularly after the new administration came to the White House.
Also, Middle East means other countries, so we don't have enough time to talk as much about all of them, but let's start with Iran, because there will be elections this month in Iran, and over there is going to be as well a shift of power, and the word is that what is now considered to be much more moderate will be replaced by something very harsh.
Indeed, this is a part of another trend that covers the whole area. The Middle East is less and less what we used to know, the Levant, the Fertile Crescent, that's the Middle East. It becomes more and more the greater Middle East, because nothing in that area happens without having Iranian influences, without having Arab Gulf influences, without having Egyptian influences. So it's no longer that small half moon
Yes,
in the area. Iran is one of the most exciting cases, and I apologize for using this word, but it is exciting because it is an ancient state. It is one of the most established and stable states in terms of institutions in the area. And it has changed its position since the end of the 70s. The elections you mentioned are indeed, may become the opening of a new area, of a new stage, the next stage, a good stage or a not so good stage. Perhaps it is too early to say, but what we know is that there are 6 candidates or 7. None of them is very much known, bar one, who is the current Chief Justice of Iran, and who is known to be very close to the supreme leader, very conservative. But the president is important. More important is what is around him. And what is around him is the Council of the Guardians and the Revolutionary Guards. And that is something that has been increasing of late. So the state institutions are under control of forces that are less ready to be very innovative. On the other hand, the main challenge for Iran is the nuclear file. And they might consider to come back to the JCPOA, that's the acronym everybody knows, because it will help them. Without too many adjustments, an Iranian analyst considered the other day in a paper that it would be to their benefit if they agreed to a JCPOA 2.0.
In a new form, yeah.
A reformed one, a reformulated one, because they agreed in 2015, and since then they have made more steps forward, including in having more enriched uranium. And I saw the other day, I think it was last night, there was a piece of information that the International Energy Agency said they have 16 times more the quantity that had been allowed for them to have. Now that's quite much. Not enough for a bomb, but anyway.
Increasing anyway. Yeah.
It is a worrying proposition or a prospect. The second, it will lift the sanctions. Lifting the sanctions means that Iran will become less dependent on other partners like Russia and China, who had increased their influence and grip on Iran's economy. China has some 40% of Iran's exports. It has a huge chunk in Iran's imports. It is all right for Iran. They have managed to survive with their nose above the water.
Their own economy.
But they become dependent on what China does or doesn't. If they sign the agreement, a new agreement, they will be open to others, and then the influence of these two giants will decrease. So, and there are other aspects in this equation, of course.
Because you don't have much more time, I want to talk to you about a factor that is less known, let's say, or less public, and that is, of course, China. You already mentioned it, because the influence of China is very present as well in the Middle East. We rarely talk about this in public, but it's very subtle. You don't see it. It's not like the Western presence, it's not like the Russian presence. How is it then?
Well, China is a newcomer in the Middle East, relatively speaking, of course. But in terms of politics and influence and presence, is an older newcomer. Extremely prudent. If you look at the general trend of the Chinese foreign policy, they don't go heads on into conflicts. But they try to settle, to contribute, or to maintain stability. Their major objective is to have everything calm, because they want to do business. In 2016, they made a very new step. They launched an Arab policy paper, a formal Arab policy paper, where they said that their policy towards the Arab countries is the 1+2+3, or the 1-2-3 policy. One goal, energy. Of course, 40% of China's crude comes from the Middle East. Two is trade and investment. And the three is nuclear energy, satellites, and new technologies. So they have a strategy. And they are moving
common to the rest of the world,
to the as they have in many parts. Yeah. It's a part of the famous Belt and Road story. They are moving particularly in the economic and financial fields. They have also provided many Gulf countries with vaccines, by the way, under these circumstances. And they are also supplying military materials, particularly drones. Saudi Arabia used Chinese drones in Yemen.
Yeah, surveillance equipment
and surveillance technique, which comes very handy to the regimes in the area. So China is there. I don't think we should expect initiatives from China. Even they had launched 3 weeks ago, or perhaps more, the Chinese proposals for the Middle East conflict. Well, those proposals, with all due respect, are the same proposals that we've been hearing about for about 50 years. So nothing new there.
Not even the Chinese have new approaches.
No, they don't have a new approach, but they have a new footing. And they are building their bridgeheads there steadily. You look at the map and see how many harbors and ports are on the Gulf coasts with Chinese investment, presence, influence. And it's been growing quite visibly. They become the first trading partner for the Emirates 3 years ago, or 4. It was India who was the first trading partner, and now it's China. So they have several tens of billions, some say 400 billions, in an agreement with Iran, a memorandum of understanding that was signed relatively recently. And everybody was, surprised by that. and saw all sorts of difficulties and malignant consequences and the threats and risks. Then Iranian official position said, well, this is a memorandum of understanding, it's not compulsory. And everybody was taken aback. So what are we talking about here? We need to understand, however, that when Chinese sign a document like that, they, at one moment or another, it will turn true. So it is
because they are there to stay, first of all, yes, of
China to have a strong relationship with Iran, and it is counterbalanced by their relationship with the other Gulf countries in the Arab side. So they will go on balancing among various partners there, if their interest is there, and their interest is there.
And as usual, China works for a very, very long period of time, not just long. We are at the forum in Bucharest, so we have to remind during our conversation, of course, about our relations with the Middle East, because we are not just old friends. We have at some point some common mentalities and sometimes even common way of lives. What shall we do in the Middle East? Are we present enough?
Well, Romania and the Middle East is a very interesting story. It seems to be a sort of, you know, those serials with episodes that everybody's talking about. And some like to reminiscence and live in the nostalgia of how good relations we had. We built a lot of things there. All right. Well,
we need a new approach in the case of Romania as well.
But we did. Yeah. But no more. Why and how, that's another story. That's an entirely different film, so to say. That's another movie. But why should we care about what's going on there? There are several answers to that. First, again, we have the legacy of our relationship. And that's a legacy in our intellectual legacy. It's a part of our memory in terms of action. It is a part of our knowledge of the area. And it's an asset. We should use it. Because you don't use it, you lose it. Second, we have now quite a lot of Romanian citizens in the area. The most exciting thing is around 300,000 Israeli of Romanian origin. Well, what do we do there?
We also have Romanians living in Gaza, for instance.
We have also many Romanians living in the Arab countries. During the war, by the way, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced that they have a special hotline for Romanians, the Israelis of Romanian ascent. Now, excuse me, the third group of reasons is that we are no longer alone. We belong to two global teams. One is the EU, the other one is NATO. And they have the Middle East on their agenda. We are a member of the groups. We must contribute. We have to, because we are there. And since we have, as I said, this legacy, this asset of knowledge, we must put it to good use and contribute intellectually and diplomatically. By the way, we have excellent diplomats in the area, and some of them are or were heading the mission of the EU in the respective countries. In Abu Dhabi, at one time, now the head of the EU mission in Kuwait is a Romanian diplomat, and it was a Romanian diplomat who reconstructed the Iraqi Ministry of Foreign Affairs back in the days.
And how come we don't use this good experience and good knowledge to make, for instance, the European Union to understand how good we are in the relationship with the Middle Eastern countries?
Well, I'm afraid I can't speak for the Minister of Foreign Affairs right now.
This is just a conversation.
But I think, looking at what we may understand, that the Romanian diplomats in the debates about the area are quite active. I think they have things to say. I think they say it. There were also official visits. Minister Aurescu, I think, was in Israel.
Both Israel and Palestine,
a couple
yes.
of weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So, and in Jordan. And therefore, we are there. We have not left. We talk about it less. The media, with all due respect, doesn't talk about it.
I talk a lot
much.
about the
Not,
Middle East.
not you.
Okay, Ambassador Costa, I hope we did give some ideas, some food for thoughts for our listeners, and thank you so much for this conversation. Never enough time to talk about the Middle East, but it's always a good time to restart.
Thank you very much indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the panel on technology and maritime security from Black Sea to Mediterranean. I personally have lived for a few years near the Suez Canal, and I have seen there how much maritime trade continues to play a crucial role in the global economy. When you look at what is happening at the Red Sea, in the Persian Gulf, the Mediterranean, and of course the Black Sea, it is clear how important maritime security is. Being able to deter maritime attacks and disruptions remains high on the political agenda. And certainly, now that new technologies are being used to block the access of certain ships to some areas. This panel addresses the issues of technology and maritime security in the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. It is a very timely topic, as yesterday, for example, Secretary General of NATO Jens Stoltenberg mentioned the importance of the Black Sea and the Mediterranean for NATO and how militarization is actually increasing in both seas. As we speak, there is also a NATO exercise, military exercise in Romania today, and this exercise is being visited by the Deputy Secretary General of NATO. So we have important things to talk about, and for that we are lucky to have an excellent panel. First of all, we have Commander Daniel Trica, Deputy for Resources of the Romanian Naval Forces Chief. And secondly, we have Dragos Tudorake, Chair of the Special Committee on Artificial Intelligence and a Digital Age at the European Parliament. Each of the panelists will talk about 7 minutes about the issue and the topic. Then we will have a discussion, and please, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to put them on the chat. We will ask them to both panelists, and I'm sure they will be the best placed to answer your questions properly. I will now give the word to Commander Daniel Trica. Please, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank Aspen Institute Romania for the opportunity given to me to present you some information on the Romanian Naval Forces on our way ahead for the next 20 years in the current geopolitical context from Black Sea to Mediterranean. I would like to present some aspects related to operational environment, roles and mission of the Romanian Navy. Some very brief details related to the Romanian Navy structure, and the main part is dedicated to the Romanian Naval Force 2040, because it is a result of challenges and opportunities given by the new and modern technologies. A Black Sea riparian state, Romania enjoys the right to free navigation on the seas and oceans of the world. In addition to the traditional maritime environment, Romanian naval forces roles and missions are extended to include those specific to the operational environment related to the Danube River. And with more than 1,000 kilometers of its length running on Romanian territory, Danube River is an important transport route for Romania, but also to the whole of Europe, as it connects by a network of canals the North Sea and Western Europe with Forth and Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. Romanian naval forces carry out various roles, missions, functions, and tasks covering all maritime warfare areas and supporting various joint functions. In current configuration and level of endowment, Romanian naval forces contribute to national security and defense by conducting activities at sea, on inner waters, and on land. The tempo and level of participation in NATO, European Union, or other coalition operations and missions started and increased continuously after the 1989, and especially after Romania's accession to NATO. We take pride in mentioning that Romanian naval forces provided the commanding officer and the flagship of the Standing Naval Mine Countermeasures Group 2 for 6 months during the last year. It was the first time when the Romanian ships take such a role. At extended Black Sea regional level, Romanian units and personnel have been involved and taken part of various national or regional initiatives to include here the Black Sea Naval Force, Black Sea 4, Operation Black Sea Harmony, or confidence and security building measure activities. I will mention here an important fact that right after the admittance of Romania within NATO, the naval forces participated in the Operation Active Endeavor, and we did that along a very important period from 2005 and 2013. And now, having this operation changed to the Operation Sea Guardian, we continued to provide staff officers and also participation with the ships. A new point here is related to the European Union Operation Sophia, now called Irini, in which we started by participating from 2015 with personnel, and this year, in the last part of the year, we are planned to participate with our minesweeper ship 274. Moving forward, I mentioned a few informations about the Romanian Navy. In 1860, Romanian naval forces consist of 5 units and 221 sailors. Today, we have in our inventory over 200 ships, boats, and crafts served by more than 7,000 men and women. I would not insist on the structure, the present structure of the Romanian Navy. Of course, we have combat units, we have combat support units, logistics, because without logistics we are nothing. And last but not the least, I mentioned here the important role of military education and training units. We have the Naval Academy, we have the Navy Petty Officer School, Naval Training School, and National Military High School. Our main surface capabilities inventory includes maritime or riverine platforms capable to operate in one or multiple domains. Current platforms are ready to perform different roles in a large variety of warfare functions, ranging from strike to humanitarian assistance. Although some of the capabilities might be considered obsolete, their variety allows us to combine them and fulfill our missions and tasks. In order to fulfill our future commitments within the national, allied, and partnership security frameworks, and having in mind recent development in the security and operational environments, the Romanian naval forces envision to have, at the end of the modernization and endowment program in 2040, a credible, a capable, a trained, adaptable, deployable, sustainable, and interoperable forces at the national, NATO, and EU level. This transformation is not an easy task, but we brace ourselves for it. The challenges and opportunities of the modernization and endowment program are equally defined by the ability to calibrate the doctrinal, operational, and administrative effort. To transform our future force objectives into reality, along with the will and the resource allocation, a set of programs and plans are required to be developed and implemented. Next, I will briefly present you our main medium and long-term modernization and endowment programs. The first step in this modernization process is represented by the multi-role corvette program and its subsequent part, the modernization of the two Type 22 plus frigates, Regele Ferdinand and Regina Maria. Looking back at their operation and missions, we participated in the Black Sea, Mediterranean Sea, and Indian Ocean during the last 15 years. I would like to say that the multi-role corvette package represents the core of our modernization process. Considering the consistent participation of Romanian Navy in the Standing Naval Maritime Group and allied NATO and EU operations over the last 15 years in the Black Sea, Mediterranean, I would like to say that the multi-role corvette package represents the most important goal, and we do our best in provide this in fulfilling this program, because the frigates and the corvettes are robust and credible capabilities that certify the ability of naval forces to continue to fulfill their unlimited security and collective defense commitments. Another program of immediate need refers to the acquisition of modern, capable, and integrity anti-ship mobile launch system in the national and allied defense system. The new missile system will increase flexibility, mobility, responsiveness, and impact. Together with the new and modernized maritime warships, will ensure the efficiency of the coastal defense system in a joint design. In the goal of a full range of warfighting capabilities, we are considering the modernization of existing missile fast patrol boats, so they will be able to better integrate with new and modernized ships and systems as well. In order to modernize our maritime capabilities, air capabilities, we will update the systems of the existing naval Puma helicopters, so they will be able to be interconnected with the system of the new or modernized ship. At the same time, we are planning to purchase more helicopters to serve on board the next generations of corvettes, to perform littoral missions, and to support naval infantry operations. The success of the naval modernization program cannot be ensured without a comprehensive approach of our forces development. Our operational and tactical communication information systems will be upgraded to allow full employment of the new capabilities, made available through the other modernization and endowment programs. From all of them, I want to emphasize the broadcast and ship-shore system, BRAS, so-called BRAS, which is the system which is scheduled to become operational the end of this year, and it will bring the level of automation for message handling to have NATO standards. Similarly, we intend to expand existing capability of the maritime surveillance system, COMAR. The two-phase program will introduce new sensors and interconnect all elements of the coastal surveillance systems with the new capabilities, and will increase the quantity and quality of the information exchange, improving the level of awareness and agility of command and control process. Main warfighting capabilities of the surface combatant and coastal system will be complemented by general special purpose ship capabilities. As part of the last category, we are considering the acquisition of two diving support and naval intervention boats. This vessel will operate in both maritime or riverine operational environments, and will conduct a large variety of missions that could be conducted by other class of ships like diving combat and service support, EOD, MCM, and so on. The combat support actions will be enhanced by the MCM capabilities of a new class of mine hunters. The Mine Hunters program, Miracle program, aims to increase the performance of the MCM, mine countermeasures actions, conducting in coastal waters, on routes, and access passes to ports in mandatory crossing points in order to achieve safe navigation of commercial and military traffic. A healthy vision on the development of ships capabilities leads us to consider the continuity of modernization program and maintaining the full combat capabilities of the Romanian naval forces. In this respect, the duration of maintaining current capability indicates that with 2032, it is necessary to start acquisition procedure for 3 new frigates to ensure on one hand, the successful replacement of the existing ones, and on the other hand, to be completely interoperable with the existing capabilities at that time. And we have here in mind the multi-role coverts. I said previously some things about them, but also the anti-ship launching system, and also SCOMAR and the Navy helicopters. Obviously, no other capability can substitute a submarine, so we are planning to revive our submarine program in a long run. Equipped with modern combat system, the submarine will support the effort to achieve maritime surveillance awareness and conduct underwater missions. In addition to the submarine-specific mission, the new capability will provide our naval forces the opportunity to train in real conditions the crews of corvettes and frigates to detect, classify, and engage submarine targets. Without being categorized as future warship capability, auxiliary ships are a must in supporting combat missions. By procuring a logistic support ship, we will create a modern and high-performance naval combat service support capability to provide logistical support at sea for all categories of materials. Fully interoperable with NATO member naval forces, this capability will be used to fulfill not only our national objectives, but also the NATO's objectives too.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commander. Can I ask you one follow-up question?
Yes, please.
In your view, what has been in the last 10 years the main change militarily or security-wise in the Black Sea? And it's just a question for a short answer, so we can then go to the second panelist and we get the discussions later.
I mentioned here the change brought by the technology advance. The way of asymmetric threats were implemented in the Black Sea in order to destabilize the region and to create a military tension in approaching all the issues in this extended region of the Black Sea.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. Then I would like to give the floor to Dragos Tudorache, who is an expert in the new technologies. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for the invitation, first of all. I'm not an expert in neither maritime warfare nor artificial intelligence. And certainly here in Parliament, we don't have any naval ships to talk about. But what I can tell you is what is the state of play of the political debates and conversations that we have here in Parliament. As you mentioned at the beginning, I chair the newly created Special Committee on Artificial Intelligence in the Digital Era of the European Parliament. I also sit in the Security and Defense Committee. And I can tell you that over the last 2 years, since the start of the mandate of this European Parliament, there's been an intensification of debate, of political attention given on one hand to the new defense policy of the EU and how to build a military and defense component for our European Union political project. And at the same time, the very evident and profound impact, transformational impact that new technologies, and particularly artificial intelligence, has these days on pretty much everything, including a very serious, profound impact on warfare and defense. And we've had debates on that both in the AIDA committee as well as in the Security and Defense Committee, and somewhat the debates converge around the same topics and the same conclusions. I think one could say that looking back into history, there has always been a direct link between technology and technological advancements and warfare. And I think it's safe to say that most of the historical technological breakthroughs and technological revolutions have actually been motivated by warfare. They have been motivated by military needs. So in a way, what one could say that there's nothing new now, that we are going through this sort of digital transformation, digital revolution. And one could also say that a lot of the research being done and a lot of the advancements in these new technologies are also motivated, driven, funded very much, or started as military projects. But I do think that there are two new trends which are specific to this digital transformation, in particular with regard to defense and to warfare, which I think are worth talking about. The first one is that probably more than at any other point in time in history with any other technological revolutions of the past, this time there's quite a sizable amount of digital innovation that actually has happened elsewhere in the civil world, let's say, not necessarily driven, motivated, funded, or built around warfare needs. So there's quite a lot of decentralization of how these new technologies are being developed and the kind of applications that are being put up there. And at the same time, the second element that I think is worth considering is that, again, these new technologies, artificial intelligence, but not only, quantum computing and any other sort of high-tech, frontier tech these days, has also changed quite a lot the nature of warfare. And these new hybrid threats that everyone is talking about, where you have these blends of military and non-military technologies or military and non-military assets, and a very blurred line of responsibility between state and non-state actors being engaged in such hybrid threats, is bringing about a new set of challenges, which I think need to be very carefully and very, very tailored fashion addressed by policies, by instruments, by how we direct our investments and our research in making technology available to the defense sector, to the military, but also increasing, I think, the synergies between the two. I think the obvious question is what can be done, what is being done? And I was saying earlier, what is at the core of the political debates here in Brussels. I would start, I'll mention three things now in the introduction. The first one is the framework. There's been a clear debate, and you know it very well over the last couple of years, on what can we do as European Union in terms of defense policy and defense investments. And the conversation about blending technology and defense and how we can actually fund and promote this sort of synergy between the defense and the civil sectors is a discussion that is now very firmly anchored into the EU framework. I think a couple of weeks ago, the Commission has issued an action plan on synergies between civil, defense, and space industries, where they are outlining the kind of spin-ins and spin-offs that are to be encouraged between the defense industry and the civil industry, and looking at how civil startups, scale-ups, companies that are being very active in the civil world can actually play a role in defense industries. How defense needs can actually be served by providing the right information, by putting capabilities up there that are being necessary so that tailor-made technologies are being developed to serve those capabilities. So how that information can actually be put forward by defense so that, again, startups, SMEs, scale-ups, tech companies can then engage and develop special applications, special technologies that would be useful in the military sector, and the other way around. How technological advancements and applications that are being developed first in the defense sector, but that can have very good uses and benefits in the civil world, how we can spin off those applications and those technological advancements to the benefit of the rest of society. So I think that focusing now at EU level on this conversation between an increased synergy of the two sectors is a very timely, very opportune, very useful conversation to have. What sits also behind is an increased level of dialogue and cooperation between EU and NATO. I'm also shadow rapporteur for a report which is being prepared in Parliament on the cooperation between EU and NATO. I can tell you that I have sensed, as part of the negotiations around this text, that all political groups here in Parliament are very much committed to supporting this idea of increased cooperation between EU and NATO, with the purpose of finding the right intersection points for interoperability, for common technological standards, and for joint investments in research, in technology, in innovation, understanding very clearly that there is a common, in a way, a mutual benefit that could be had between, again, the military needs, the warfare, what NATO as an organization does, and also what we do here in the EU. The second point I want to make here is how to create the ecosystems for this sort of synergizing to take place. And I think that there are some barriers that we will need to bring down in order to achieve that. Traditionally, the defense sector has, particularly here in Europe, has tended to be rather a closed-up environment. And there haven't been, from my point of view, sufficient channels that would allow civil industries to actually have access and again, participate in a joint-up effort to understand better what are the needs of the defense sector and of the military and help where possible. And again, I was saying in a spin-off effect, the other way around, for SMEs, startups, scale-ups, any company engaged in this sort of technical and technological transformation to have access to what are the needs of the military so that they can develop those needs. And I think that now the European Commission, together with the member states' governments, will need to very clearly target investments as part of the new multi-annual framework to support these sort of new ecosystems that would allow for this interaction to take place. And also to make sure that the right level of information is being made available to both sides so that the other one knows what is happening on the other side of the fence, and that there can actually be practical results, practical applications coming out of it. The last point I want to make is critical infrastructure. I think another element that is specific to these new technologies based on digital is the fact that they are very much dependent on connectivity. Connectivity is key to them. And I think that they realize also a risk when it comes to defense policy in general and warfare, because in a way, the more connected, the more vulnerable, in the sense that there is critical infrastructure linked to connectivity infrastructure that needs to be secured if we are to be prepared for the risks and vulnerabilities that are specific to these sort of new digital technologies. And here we have to think both at mobile connectivity, 5G, but also how to develop a potential infrastructure that would be less dependent on the classical 5G technology. And as part of this new action plan that the Commission has put forward, which I mentioned earlier, there is a flagship area which is actually targeting exactly this sort of connectivity based on our systems of satellites, which is being deployed by the European Union. And I think that this is a good way to go. And the second element as part of infrastructure is undersea cables. I don't think that we are having enough talk about the security of undersea cables. There are continental links which are vital to the connectivity and which means to a lot of the applications which are dependent on connectivity, which are reliant on the security of these continental undersea digital infrastructure cables. And I think that we need to invest both political attention as well as capabilities, including military capabilities where necessary, to make sure that such infrastructure is not vulnerable, is not susceptible either to sabotage or to tampering. Because I think this risk is clear. I don't need to say who will have an interest at the global stage to either sabotage again or tamper with the security of these transcontinental links. And again, both at civil level as well as the military level, I think that we need to discuss that. And again, here in European Parliament, there is a growing debate on this political topic. I would stop here, thanking you again very much for the invitation, and I look forward to our Q&A.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tudorache. I have a small follow-up question. Maybe it's actually, you talked about hybrid war and about, well, the threats that are there. But could you give a concrete example? Like, I mean, what has been done, for example, with artificial intelligence toward maritime security that has been a danger? Did we already see such an action, or is this still something more conceptual?
Well, I'm not a specialist. Maybe you can ask my fellow panelists to give you a specific reply when it comes to maritime security and maritime warfare, and how hybrid threats can actually play a role in such context. Examples of hybrid warfare, I think we have been seeing consistently over the last good number of years in what Russia has been doing. And everything from sabotaging, again, connectivity in public services in Estonia many years ago, to what has happened in Ukraine, to what has happened in Georgia and in other parts of our eastern neighborhoods, and certainly around the Black Sea, since we are speaking of maritime contexts. These are examples of hybrid warfare where Russia has employed both means of disinformation, fake news, manipulating public opinion, combined also with military intervention sometimes, all to achieve its objectives. I will also mention here something that, at least for us politicians and regulators at the European level, is very, very important, and again, a very growing debate that we have, which is the role of misinformation, of fake news, particularly state-sponsored disinformation and fake news, and the impact that they have on our democracies, on our political process, our electoral process. And this is hybrid warfare. This is a very direct attack to a state, to the well-functioning of a state, to the well-functioning of democracies. And again, if we don't start building up capabilities that can counteract such measures effectively, and that means also putting the right level of investment behind such capabilities, we are going to face growing challenges in facing up to the likes of Russia. So from where I stand and from where our political attention here in Parliament is, these type of threats are the ones that are a great preoccupation for us. When it comes to precise military type of threats, again, I'm not the one to speak. I'm not a specialist. Maybe my colleague could say something.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. So, Mr. Commander, I mean, can you give us an example? Of course, not if it's military secrets, but of, let's say, something where really technology has been used in an attack or in creating a danger or in stopping some ships, or so. Also, I think to the listeners, to make this as concrete as possible, what does this mean?
Fortunately, we didn't face by now any such threats and real actions from a potential adversary in the Black Sea, nor in the Mediterranean Sea, where our ships activated in the past. and also in the ocean, Indian Ocean. These threats remain at this moment in the domain of informational threats, in the domain of fake news, deep fake, and so on. All the actions performed in the Black Sea and during different operations, mission at sea, are tailored via the well-known way of doing such actions. So we know from the data we have, we know that the potential is very high in this domain. Technologies are advanced, and anytime we can confront such a situation. But as I mentioned, unfortunately, we didn't face such a situation by now.
Okay, we are more or less closing this panel, but I have one perhaps question that remains. We have also, we see, for example, that China is having troops in Djibouti. One of the most important places for a global economy, and certainly maritime economy. And I'm wondering, from both your views, on how you see threats worldwide. Just a short answer, perhaps, but where do you see the biggest threat? Where, if we can see a conflict coming in the, let's say, the next few years, will it be in the Persian Gulf? Will it be somewhere around Taiwan or Japan, or rather be in the Black Sea, for example, or in Mediterranean? What is the real hotspot that we should follow and be taken care of? In your opinion, I will give the floor first to Mr. Tudorache.
I think the potential and the risk for actual warfare, or let's say classical warfare, I would still consider it rather limited, at least in our immediate vicinities. And that goes for both Africa, you mentioned Africa, or for the Middle East, or even in our eastern neighborhood. Russia, if it is, and it will continue to be aggressive, but it will be aggressive in the same fashion as it has been so far, blending, as I was saying, these sort of new hybrid tactics, disinformation, undermining political and democratic processes in countries in the area between Russia and the European Union borders. Also very much focusing on the Black Sea and Crimea. But again, there I would venture a guess, because that's what we're doing, that we will stay with the same type of engagement that we've seen so far from Russia. Where I do see with great concern in the coming years, difficult to say, of course, if it will happen and when, but the area where I put my finger would be Taiwan. You mentioned it yourself, but if we look at the way Xi Jinping sees the world, and how he sees the role of China in the world, I don't see how he can ignore for much longer the tiny democracy of Taiwan without wanting to do something about it. Now, what that will be, what shape or form it will take, will they go all the way, or will they also attempt some sort of a hybrid warfare when it comes to Taiwan? And also, if it will actually happen, of course, all this remains to be seen. But I do think that I would qualify that as the highest risk for the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Okay, now I give. What do you think, Mr. Commander? Do you think Taiwan as well, or you have another hotspot in your mind?
In my opinion, I think a large-scale conflict will not be possible many years from here. but we still have this local, regional conflicts that will continue to exist. And for next 10, 20 years, I think we still at the level of the European Union will confront the same threats related to migration, first of all, and the second, the security in the high seas.
Okay, thank you so much, both Dragos Tudorache and Commander Trika, for these fascinating views. And I think that the public might be happy to see that you are not expecting any war soon in our region, so we can go and sleep quietly tonight. So thank you so much, both. Thank you also for the public for staying with us. And I wish you a great continuation of this Black Sea Forum. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another panel of the third edition of the Atlantic Black Sea Security Forum. My name is Roxana Voicu-Dorobanțu. I should be the moderator of this conversation with a very interesting topic. We're discussing multi-stakeholder coordination at the intersection of cybersecurity and emerging technologies. My partners in this dialogue today are Duncan Pan, General Director of Romanian National Computer Security Incident Response Team, CERTRO, Shital Kumar, Senior Program Lead from Global Partners Digital, Rachel Azafrani, Security Strategist Digital Diplomacy Microsoft, Claire Jordan, Director of Government Affairs and Public Policy UK BlackBerry, and Giacomo Paoli, Program Lead for Security and Technology, UN Institute for Disarmament Research. Thank you everyone for tuning in. One brief element to our audience, a reminder that they can address questions in the chat on the live stream of this conversation, and we shall be able to take them at the end of our dialogue. Thank you again for joining in. Multi-stakeholder coordination, because we cannot have resilience without having all stakeholders at the same table. We cannot have resilience with just a polar world. That being said, Duncan Pan, you are in charge of the security response team in Romania. What's it like to be able to coordinate all the stakeholders?
Thank you so much for the question. It's a tough one. I can say a bit like herding cats. First of all, it's not easy at all. And the reason is quite simple. We all see now a super complex, I would say, digital transformation. We all note it. And the magnitude of this transformation is, I would dare to say, unprecedented for every single of us, for us as users, for organizations, for governments, and so on. And thanks to this super accelerated transformation, we face also quite a number of cybersecurity related risks. We have to handle new types and new, let's say, actors with regards to cyber attacks. This is what we note at Romanian level at least. But what is very key, it's really proper, honest and direct dialogue between all the stakeholders involved. Speaking at national level, I would say, because my organization is handling cybersecurity incidents at national level, we see this proliferating in almost every single sector of economy, of society, which is no surprise, I would say. It's not an exponential growth yet, but it's a very accelerated, very steep growth of this number, sophistication, and types of incidents. And in the same time, the response we have to prepare, it's a response that has to be done, has to be handled in a different manner, compared with 1 year ago, compared with 3 years ago, or 5 years ago. One lesson learned for myself and for my team is that governments alone, on their own, cannot handle it. We need everyone involved. We need all the key stakeholders. We need the private business at the table, the academia. We need the international partners to team up and to join forces if we want to successfully tackle the phenomenon, the cyber phenomenon.
Who should be in charge of this herding of cats, as you metaphorically mentioned?
It's very tricky because we are not in a system that is a kind of military chain of command. Myself, I come from the business, from the private sector, and I learned one thing: private business is very good at cybersecurity. So the best solutions, the most innovative, out of the box ideas, the most agile, competent, and swift and sharp teams, you can find them in the private sector. We have also, and that's a very recent phenomenon, I would say, in cybersecurity, we have a pool of talent, ladies and gentlemen, super young guys and girls that are absolutely capable to to enter this domain and to deliver value. However, they love to do it as freelancers. They love to do it, in case of Romania, from Romania, but working exclusively for organizations and work for clients outside Romania. They like to be digital nomads, move around the world and collaborate here and collaborate there and be in a project in country A and then nice program in country B. So we have really a pool of talent that is super diverse, extremely dynamic, and is very difficult to simply put in a traditional way, a kind of leader, a kind of commander to put everyone in line and get them to move in the same direction. We have to learn ourselves how to handle communities, how to motivate them, how to determine them to pull in the same direction, to have a common objective, common aspirations, and so on. And I think that's really tough, especially for people that used to work all their career in public sector and were more used to to govern and to drive this kind of efforts by law or by decisions and so on. So I think that the paradigm has shifted a bit, and we have to adapt to this as well. I'm pretty much big fan of community-driven cybersecurity with less regulation if possible, but with strong, let's say, involvement, but again, direct, honest, and true involvement from the governmental side.
Mm. Well, building on that, because I know Shital wants to join in with an insight about how civil society can get at this table. Dan has mentioned, the government, he has mentioned business, he has mentioned individuals and communities, but civil society is a huge part of that community. So what's that perspective? How do we find the civil society at this table?
Thank you so much, Roxana. It's really nice to be here with you. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Shrisal Kumar, and I'm Senior Program Lead at Global Partners Digital. And we are a human rights organization. But the reason we're engaged in this area of work, or this area of policy work, I suppose, is because we're so dependent now on digital technologies, of course, and that cybersecurity is an enabler of human rights. But unfortunately, also we see proposals and measures being implemented to address cybersecurity threats which are not rights respecting. And civil society has a really important role, I think, to play in lots of different roles and brings lots of different expertise, which I'm happy to expand on, to the table. But it requires the table to be there. It requires the door to be open, of course, for meaningful participation of civil society. And I think that governments and other stakeholders who are able to do that, who are able to bring in civil society expertise in a meaningful way, really benefit from a range of roles that civil society can play, whether it's bringing in the perspectives of different communities that are affected by cyber threats and attacks, for example, connecting to those who are affected, vulnerable communities and others, whether it's researching and documenting that impact, whether it's bringing in the expertise of regulatory frameworks, what already exists, the standards and the commitments and the obligations that governments already have, and to ensure that any legislation or voluntary standards that are developed are in keeping with those and complement those existing ones. It's really, really quite wide. It could be capacity building, whether it's capacity building, technical capacity building, or capacity building in terms of policy, for example, cyber diplomacy. I think it's a lot of different roles. And when it comes to emerging technologies in particular, there's an important public debate we need to be having about the role of these technologies in our lives, scrutinizing them, ensuring that they work for us and create a better, fairer society, instead of the opposite. So I think civil society also plays an important role in shaping those norms and those discussions.
Mm. Well, you mentioned a very interesting phrase, vulnerable community. What would make a community vulnerable to cybersecurity? Because the discourse so far was that we are all vulnerable, maybe not in the same degree, but nonetheless, we are all vulnerable. But what would make a community in itself vulnerable to cybersecurity?
Well, yeah, that's a really interesting question. And actually, the recent report that was adopted by the Open-Ended Working Group on ICTs at the UN in March noted that cyber attacks or cyber threats have a differential impact on people depending on, for example, their gender or their level of capacity or their situation in society, for example. So I think existing inequalities are exacerbated online. If you don't have existing capacities or you're already in the offline space vulnerable, then that's likely to be expounded online, unfortunately. So it's important for us to recognize that and also to bring in those communities to ensure that whatever measures are developed to address that reality is in keeping with and actually serves those communities. And I think, as I said, civil society has an important role to play in that and has been doing that for a while. But I think it's, like I said, it's good to see that we have recognition of that in a report, like a high level outcome like that at the UN. But we also need to ensure that we have the meaningful processes in place so that we develop measures that actually help to change that reality in a positive way.
Well, thank you for that insight. Because we've mentioned communities a lot, I don't think there's a better suited company that reaches all communities than Microsoft. So Rachel, what would be the tool that would ensure that we reach all communities? Because as Sheetal said, we are all vulnerable to different degrees, we react differently. But then again, we have some drivers, some channels that reach all of us. And your company is selling most of those channels, so to speak.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the question. My name is Rachel Azafrani. I'm a security strategist on the Microsoft Digital Diplomacy team. Very interesting discussion about how we make cybersecurity, particularly capacity building, more relevant. How do we bring it to various communities? I think if I may start with one obligation on the part of technology providers, I think that there are three things that technology providers bring to the table to this discussion that are relevant to cybersecurity capacity building. One is the information that they have, the security threat intelligence information that they have because of all of the information that goes through our technologies on a daily basis. Two would be the technological expertise and the technical expertise that we have simply because we are a huge technology provider and developer, and there's a huge concentration, honestly, of expertise in the private sector. And to talk about sharing those skills is incredibly important, and utilizing them outside of the company is an obligation that technology providers have. And then three, also because technology providers themselves, the technology that they create is the battleground for cybersecurity in many ways. So I do think that technology providers have an important obligation and responsibility to participate where they can in international dialogue on cybersecurity, on norms building, and leverage the expertise that they have to bring to the table. So that's one side of the equation, but there's a really important side of the equation on how to make that more relevant and accessible and not always make it so it's coming from sort of a top-down kind of model, but how do communities themselves actually build resilience from the bottom up? And I'd like to mention a really interesting initiative that was founded by Vint Cerf, who you may know as one of the founding fathers of the internet, and Mei-Lin Feng. And they founded an organization called the People-Centered Internet. And this is just one example of an entity that's trying to take the founding principles of the internet, of something that was founded among people who were incredibly passionate and interested and talented, and recognizing that for the next wave of the next several billion people to come online, the internet needs to remain safe and relevant in a way that will require new standards. It will require building blocks of resilience. So how do we set up systems that make those standards relevant at a community level? And I would also mention that IEEE is an important entity that's undergoing standards work on these building blocks of resilience. One of those areas to make it more concrete would be data management. So how can communities take more responsibility for their own information, and how can we have actual structures that facilitate control over information at a community level, including something like security information? How do you drive cybersecurity awareness at a community level? These are all examples of tools that are, moving the internet and security toward a community resilience model.
Well, thank you so much for that. We'll come back to you with a specific question, because you've mentioned education, and you've mentioned skills, and you've mentioned bottom-up approach. And we have the benefit today of chatting during the International Children's Day. So happy International Children's Day. What about them? How would we put on the children in the conversation? Because they are the next wave, and you've mentioned that, so that sparked my idea,
Absolutely. This is a fascinating question, and I think you have to recognize what kind of messaging is relevant to children, what kind of platforms are relevant to children. If we think that cybersecurity informative publications, security alerts through email are going to reach children, that is simply not the case. So one thing that the technology sector can do is help, begin to fund and provide and structure early education programs about cybersecurity. So I do think that the educational system has a large role to play in that. And at the same time, I think media and content that are relevant to children and the social media that they're using, for example, why are there no cybersecurity campaigns on TikTok? How effective might that be? So it's kind of maybe perhaps a little bit of a silly example, but we need to meet the audience where they're at.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. I would shift the conversation a little bit, because you have a widespread approach. And Clara Jordan, who comes from BlackBerry, actually deals with a market that's more specialized. We always associate BlackBerry with the business person that's educated, that is knowledgeable, that's maybe a trendsetter in terms of technology. So it would not necessarily be, in our heads at least, the most vulnerable market, the most vulnerable niche. However, we have emerging technologies. So Clara, how do you tackle that?
Thank you for that. I was initially wanting to talk about 5G, but I think the conversation has really taken to a different direction. So I'm also happy to address sort of different parts from other speakers have said about the sort of skills and who is in charge and who is herding kids. But just to really, to answer your question, when you look at emerging technologies, where the market is sort of moving and the education is moving, is that you really have to think about building that resilience sort of from the outset. And where BlackBerry is very active, we're doing a lot of work around IoT and automotive sector. And you would think, look, it's a very mature market, and you work with, really skilled cybersecurity professionals. But unfortunately, even in the automotive market, there is a lot of experience with safety features, but that has not necessarily translated into cybersecurity. And so even us as an organization, we're doing a lot of education and a lot of sort of awareness about, what are the vulnerabilities in the connected system, how you think about connected system as an ecosystem. So, even in the markets where you would really think that there is expertise, there is a safety expertise, but connecting safety to cybersecurity and then bringing the individual in the conversation is also very important to us. How do you, when you even build infotainment system, how do you work in cybersecurity, and how you actually work with OEMs who are building these vehicles? So then the onus is not only on the user, who will get this vehicle. So, I mean, that sort of, even if you have a very, very, very sort of the top end of the market and skills and expertise, there's huge gaps in understanding where technology can take us. And if I may, Roxana, just really wanted to address a couple of things that were mentioned. Dan talked about skills, and I think that's a topic that permeates sort of the whole conversation here today. I think that collaboration between the industry and the government and the educational sector and academia is extremely important, because the sectors, where there is demand, understand what skills are in demand. And I think as an ecosystem, we have to be more agile into adjusting those programs at schools. Those programs have to sort of mirror what's necessary and where there are skills gaps. I think if you look at some job description, you should have 20 years of experience in social media if Twitter wasn't even there in 20 years. So, I think focusing more on skills rather than sort of set educational background. I mean, who of us, maybe Dan has a background in what he's doing today, but I think most of us came to this field from very different backgrounds. And I think that's very, very enriching to the conversation. And we've seen it in BlackBerry, for a lot of posts we have, we try to hire for skills and then sort of give the technical expertise on the job, let people work with the technology, but we're really looking at, well, what do they bring to the table rather than, being very skilled in a specific, program or technology. And just very quickly, I'll say two other quick things, if I may. One was, you asked Dan, who should be responsible for herding cats? And I think this is all of us in our respective jobs are dealing with this. A lot of the times when there is a response, we sort of tend to look to the government. But I think the audience will probably understand this concept of sort of supporting and supported command. It's a military language, but if you think about it, sometimes a private sector response, could be more appropriate to certain incident. And I think we still have a long way to go with governments globally understanding how they can support the private sector and the civil society in certain responses. Because I think the more natural reaction is it's going to be a government-led response, and then the private sector and civil society will sort of provide information or provide technology or provide expertise. So I think it's also thinking more, be a little more entrepreneurial into how we think about responses and technology. And last point, Rachel mentioned standard. I think standards are a huge opportunity for multi-stakeholder community to really build technology, cybersecurity relationships that are fit for all. And they are also, for me, a huge opportunity to sort of build common language around technology and collaboration, because standard is something, it's a set standard, it's an objective thing. And so I think if we collaborate on standards, one, we can create more inclusive technology, but two, it also globally can create a common language between different communities to understand what is good security. How can we have recognition of certain technologies and standards? So just very briefly on that point. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for bringing back some lines of the conversation at the table. We'll come back to them. But before that, I would add Giacomo's perspective to the discussion, because I'm an economist. We usually think of cyber as an opportunity, as the progress, as money making, even with the downsides to that. But we often don't think of technology as a weapon. We don't think of cyber as weaponized, and yet it is. Based on that, how do we keep the balance between these two approaches, between the progressist approach, the optimistic approach as was presented previously, we should focus on skills, education, and grow, leverage, and the other part, the scary part, so to speak.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for having me on this great panel. So I'm Giacomo Persipaoli. I'm the program lead for security and technology at UNIDIR here in Geneva. This is a great question, and I think that the first thing I would say is that there is one kind of common denominator, which is it doesn't really matter which sector you're looking at. It can be the financial, the health sector, the defense sector, the automotive sector. Cyber threats and cyber risks are common and pervasive to all of these sectors. Now, they might have different impact, might be dealt with by, in different ways by different actors. But if you're looking at the nature of the threat, those are persistent and threats that permeates all different sectors of our society. So you don't necessarily need to be working in the defense and security field to see also, if you want, like the dark side of cyber in a way. So all of the risks that cyber could bring to the table if underestimated as a threat. And being of the UN and being part of a research institute that focuses specifically on issues pertaining to international security, of course, well, cyber, I have a hard time in saying that cyber is an emerging technology, because it's not, and it's being kind of debated within the UN at the multilateral level for the most part of the last 20 years. However, if we compare it to other more traditional and mainstream forms of weapon systems, then of course it's a different technology that brings in a whole new set of challenges to kind of the traditional way in which the international community has dealt with protecting and maintaining stability, reducing risk, and reducing proliferation. But trying to go back at the question, at the theme of this panel, which is about multi-stakeholder really responses and engagement, I think that it really depends on which context you are looking at. So cybersecurity in the international security context is a very different beast to deal with than cybersecurity in a different context. And this is because traditionally international security and stability has been a domain in which states have been kind of the primary and the only actors involved in discussions. There has been, there is a long tradition of scientific community participating and bringing in scientific and technical expertise to the debate, but was ultimately to inform and support member states in their deliberations. Deliberations on how to restrict or use or ban or prohibit or whatever, or regulate the use of certain weapons, which were undoubtedly military in purpose. When we're talking about cyber, it's much more complicated than that. Cyber, similar to artificial intelligence, is not an exclusive technology to the defense and security domain. Plus, most of the digital and physical infrastructure that enables kind of digital system and ecosystem to be is developed, managed, or owned by non-state entities. The vast majority of the technical expertise that is required to understand both the threats and what can be done to address them resides outside of states. So there is really the need to reconsider this kind of a state-centric approach to maintaining international peace and security in the context of cyber. Although there are some steps that have been made in this direction that are encouraging. If we think about in December 2019, I believe, yes, there was the first kind of multi-stakeholder consultation as part of the open-ended working group on cyber. That was a first, and we're definitely kind of making steps in the right direction. However, at least in the field that I'm more familiar with, there are two main barriers that remain to be addressed. The first one is, while everyone agrees that multi-stakeholder engagement is needed, it's becoming it's still difficult to articulate what it should look like. So multi-stakeholder engagement is great, but who does what, for what purposes, and so that is kind of the first issue. And the second issue is primarily trying to find ways in which different stakeholders can be brought to the table. Right now, it's been mostly ad hoc or as part of national delegations that were bringing along technical experts from their national industry to share their expertise. But of course, in the context like the UN, this comes with a lot of kind of a political weight. So how do we engage different communities of stakeholders in a meaningful way as part of multilateral discussions, and to what purpose? Those are still the two big questions that remain to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would add a different question, and it's a question for all. Usually the mechanisms that you have described take time, you know, discussions, getting everybody at the same table, agreeing on the topic, because there are so many topics. I mean, when we talk about cybersecurity, I don't think we have the time in the next 20 minutes to wrap up all the topics. They take time. You know, academia has its own time into researching, proposing solutions. Even think tanks, you know, they need months, if not years, to come up with solutions. And you have mentioned earlier the need for agility. But the question is, until we have that agility into getting everybody aware at the table in this coordination, what do we do until then? What's the patching solution? Dan?
That's a tough one. It's obvious that we are all running a bit out of time for doing something, and unfortunately, time is something that we cannot buy. We cannot budget for it. We can plan a bit, but everyone I'm talking to, I mean, all the professionals that look into this matter, they consistently say the same. We should do it faster, and we don't have enough time to wait for this and wait for that. And of course, then the question is, what are we doing? Do we try to have the perfect solution where everyone plans carefully and budgets, prepares a budget, and involve their specialists, their experts into the process in order to pursue one discussion or one direction or another? That's one let's say view. Personally, I don't really share it, simply because what I observe, and I'm speaking now from my own perspective, from the perspective of my own organization, it's really everything moving that fast and with such magnitude that it simply doesn't matter. Everything we are going to do, doesn't matter how prepared or how superstructure or less structure, and with a lot more flexibility and freedom, everything we are going to do is going to be, let's say, anyway, not enough. Just to give you one simple set of figures. Inside Romania, we detect daily, but literally daily, in the range of hundreds of thousands of cyber attacks. These are detected and documented. The ones that we trust pretty much our sensors and our machines, that they highlight real, true cyber attacks. Anything from distributed denial of service to SQL injection to very simple and basic scans executed by state actors or cybercrime gangs or whatever. So hundreds of thousands. On the technology side, and this is what analysts say, every single second we get like 127 new devices connected to the Internet of Things. So all kind of devices with really a huge diversity of technologies, with more mature or less mature security baseline, produced by organization A or B or C, and used by everyone. So the complexity is really accelerating. Do we really have time to put forward superstructured, very detailed, very organized programs? Yes and no. But I think we have to really use all the tips and tricks we can deploy at this moment to learn from the organizations, whether they are academic, businesses, NGOs, or why not governments, that learn how to move fast. Personally, for me, this is one one objective I set for myself and for my team. We want to borrow with pride all the best practices, but practices that will allow us to move very, very fast along the way in deploying any new idea, any new program. So probably the word agile that we all know was invented by lazy programmers that didn't like formal meetings and really formal programs, and they wanted to do things in their own with their own speed and in such a way that will get them to results at the end of the day. Probably agile may be the way to go, including for programs, for initiatives, for standardization, for certification, for quite a lot of things that are now discussed when we talk about cybersecurity. I don't think anyone has the magic solution, but I truly believe we have to borrow from all other domains every single idea that may work.
In terms of that, and again, I'm building on the same questions, but pitching in on each of your topics. Sheila, how can I, as a community, as a user of, a washing machine that's connected to the internet because it was the cool thing in my village, how can I be aware enough of these risks so that I will feel the need to join in the conversation? Because multi-stakeholder coordination also involves me being aware that I'm part of that stakeholders.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that it's becoming more and more part of the public consciousness that these are all issues that affect everybody. I think it's pretty hard to go through the day without hearing in the news of sometimes unfortunately quite large-scale attacks, particularly in the last few weeks. Of course, we've heard of a lot of ransomware attacks, for example, that have affected critical infrastructure in various countries around the world. And that's just unfortunately part and parcel of people's lives, that they hear about these stories or they're directly affected by them. So I think that that's something that's just becoming more and more of a reality. And I also think that there are certain things that people can do, of course, but we must rely on more than people's willingness or interest in ensuring the security of their products. We have to make sure that security is built in through the technology itself, supporting a stronger ecosystem that has fewer vulnerabilities in it. If we live in a system where vulnerabilities, for example, are incentivized in some way through the creation of, and we're seeing this more, offensive cyber commands that are not regulated, where there's no transparency, then that becomes a situation which is beyond the control or the power of any individual purchasing a washing machine or anything else, that they just have to go about their daily life and do that. So I think that there's a lot of responsibilities there in industry and government and in civil society to make sure that those standards are upheld from the get-go, the development of the technologies, but also in the standards that regulate them once they come onto the market. So yes, I think it's a big complicated picture, but it's very important to recognize that it does come to more than the individual user.
How do we bridge the gap in timing? Because even this awareness, what's popping in on the television, in the news, it took 3 years for my mother to ask me what blockchain is after me being in a project about blockchain until she saw it on the news. So that's still a delay. How do we bridge that gap that Dan was also mentioning in terms of timing, not necessarily in terms of knowledge or awareness, just in terms of timing of a certain security risk or a certain emerging technology risk being in the minds of the different stakeholders?
Is that a question for me? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because like I said, we're building on the same idea. How do we bridge the timing gap?
I think that's really, it's tricky. I think it will depend on kind of what context you're in, because although I think in some parts of the world, these are issues that are very much at the top of the agenda. In some parts of the world, they're not. And that might be because there are lots of other competing priorities. So I think linking these issues with existing issues, which is already happening because of the prevalence of digital technologies, it's sort of impacting so many different areas of policy and life. But making those connections and ensuring that we're not seeing this as completely separate, like these are continuations of existing challenges that we may have faced in the past, is really, really important. So, for example, speaking from a human rights perspective, the context may have changed. We might have new challenges, but our human rights remain in place and remain as relevant as ever. So we have to figure out ways to, I think, adapt the perhaps the frameworks and the standards, but make sure that we're speaking with like common values and common vision in mind, and that can help to bridge some of that gap in conceiving of what the challenges are and in trying to address them. But I don't think there's any one answer, and I think it will depend on various contexts. So that's why I think it's very important, and that's one of the things we do at GPD, is work with stakeholders on the ground in different countries to understand these issues from their perspective, because it will be different in different contexts.
Before moving in and addressing the same question to Rachel, I would like to remind the audience that they can ask questions, and will be more than honored to answer them. So Rachel, this timing gap, because in a huge multinational organization that is also linked to the foundation that's famous, the conversation is there at different levels. How do we make sure that we translate this conversation that exists in your organization at society's level?
I would like to highlight an interesting example of upcoming legislation that the UK government is putting forward for consumer IoT security legislation as a possible model for something like this. And one of the provisions that is going to be made mandatory in law is that technology providers, manufacturers of consumer IoT products, communicate at the point of sale to a consumer how long their device will be supported for. I'd like to highlight that piece of legislation. I'd also like to highlight another example in the US executive order recently on cybersecurity, which actually will help start a pilot program for consumer IoT security labeling. And these are examples of ways that policy can actually help create information for consumers to have information about security at the point at which they are getting a device. And I think that that is probably one of the most immediate gaps that can be filled. I think that there are a few great examples of labeling programs for security, like in Singapore, like in Finland, this new pilot program in the US, and also this piece of legislation that says, even if it's not a label, having to communicate some way to the consumer at point of sale what they can expect about the security of their device. These are all ways that we've used in other industries, for example, in labels on food and labels on the energy consumption of different products, that we make that information immediately accessible. And I think that some of these models can actually be used for cybersecurity to make that information relevant and to use systems that people are already familiar with.
Building on this specific example, we have the case, in which people would disregard certain risks just to buy the cheapest product. So that would create a huge polarity, because the communities that are already vulnerable due to what you said, lack of skills, lack of education, will become even more vulnerable. So how do we tackle this?
Absolutely. I think creating some of these incentives for manufacturers to participate in these programs, for example, I really do think that the Energy Star label in the United States of the energy consumption of products actually showing a consumer how much money they would save per year on their energy bill, making it really tangible to people. What are the benefits of actually purchasing a more secure technology will incentivize manufacturers to want to comply with certificates like that, will want to have the label And I think it will actually it could turn into a mechanism that helps people select the more secure technologies, and then also gives manufacturers incentives to compete and actually comply with those. And so the more widespread they are globally, the more kind of mutual recognition schemes that we have. There's again our international cooperation theme, so that these labels are not just isolated in jurisdictions, or that this information transparency is not just isolated in certain geographical jurisdictions. All of these, I think, will help bring the system so that more security is a better recognized symbol than less security.
Well, that conversation went on a whole different path than I would have envisaged. That's why I actually want to bring it back, because it links to the idea of emerging technologies and to what we discussed. Clara, you said that you wanted to talk about 5G. So I would probably, if I'm looking for a new phone, look for 5G. How would I know if this is more trustworthy, less trustworthy? Would I just have to trust institutions and organizations and, the producer, that the phone that they are selling me is, safe?
Yeah, I'm afraid I'll have to actually take it back to what Rachel, was talking about, because I'll just give you another example. Rachel talked about, secure by design and labeling and certification. And I think, if these are rooted in international standards, some sort of globally recognized best practices, as a consumer, you don't have to trust necessarily your government who gave it the label. But I do think that if something is rooted in globally recognized best practice or standard, you don't have to know the nitty-gritty of what it means. But I think it gives you a certain, it gives you a certain level of trust in it, or it could. If I think about, medicine, and drugs, I don't really go into the pharmacy thinking about whether there is enough active ingredients or too much in something I'm buying for my headache. I know there is, a process, a recognition, a certification that these goes through, testing. And so it's going to take time, but I do believe we can get there, with cybersecurity and consumer IoT. That complements a little bit to what Rachel said is, in the UK, you have a scheme called the Cyber Essentials Scheme. And basically, an organization gets this Cyber Essential certification if they have taken care of their cybersecurity. And these are very basic sort of measures, the basic cyber hygiene. And now, every bank, every little shop, every little website, they can get this certification that's certified by an independent body from the government, but based on certain, well-recognized practices. And then the consumer knows that the organization is taking cybersecurity very seriously, and then their data, credit card information, personal information will be protected. And, if you ask, and I worked for an organization who worked for small businesses, a lot of times not even that small business understands necessarily what that certification is. But they understand that it does create a certain level of trust, And if you look at consumers, there's been a couple of interesting studies in the UK done. They don't know what Cyber Essential Scheme is, but they know that, it's NCSC behind it. They know that there's independent certification body, and they know that it means certain best practice has been respected. So I think, it will take time, but these are the small steps, we're taking collectively to bring that sort of awareness and education with something very practical and very concrete. I think the last thing I will also say that, I think sort of media, play a huge role in contextualizing cybersecurity and making it understandable to users and individuals. So, right now when you read the news, most of the times is very much, national security or economic implications of a certain issue. And I think Sheetal's got to, I think when you look at civil society and the rights of the groups they are trying to protect, it's very rarely you will hear how a certain attack or breach is endangering human rights, or, other freedoms, so I think it's also a sort of a role and responsibility of how we report and talk about incidents in cybersecurity and contextualize it for a user, that's something that happened, that when we have a threat report, what actually this threat can mean for an individual, so I think that's also a very important role in making cybersecurity understandable, tangible, contextual, and really connected to the consideration we as individual understand, my personal information, human rights, my phone, my washing machine, and again, rather than getting to it from the perspective of national security or economic implication, talking about what it means for an individual and his individual security, freedom, and enjoyment of technology.
You mentioned time, and one quick answer to the original question. Certification, creating a standard, building that conversation that involves multi-stakeholders means time. And Dan mentioned correctly in the beginning, time we don't have, because technology moves a bit faster than us in this. How do we tackle this issue?
I don't think it's either or. I think we actually see so much ad hoc collaboration. If you look at these botnet takedowns and all these other sort of ad hoc groups, that sort of happens when you have individual sort of cases or attacks or campaigns, I think that is very impressive, and it actually builds confidence and best practices in collaboration that can actually speed up those long-term processes. So for me, both have to happen at the same time. And if stakeholders are open, to do that ad hoc collaboration, those very quick things, we know there's a botnet, what can we do? That really is building such a solid baseline for what we're trying to achieve at the UN. And also, I think we should also recognize as a community that 10 years ago, it was unthinkable that civil society or private sector would be talking about norms, international law. And I think we can thank to a lot of the stakeholders even here today, companies that relentlessly advocate for the role of industry, in these conversations, the civil society individuals. So I think it's also to recognize that we have made progress, because 10 years ago, when we talked, about disarmament in context of cybersecurity, civil society or industry didn't necessarily have a role. So again, for me, it's not either or. It's using what we can do ad hoc, really, really going in there with the goodwill and building that trust and that muscle memory for collaboration. Then we can take to other fora like the UN or other processes or standards organizations, and then build on that trust and collaboration.
Giacomo, is it a question of persistence, of consistency, of conversation, of bringing all the people at the table in a consistent manner, day after day, week after week, in all sorts of plateaus of conversation?
I'm going to answer your question by kind of linking it to the question of time that you made, and also on what has been said by other colleagues today, because I think that your original question of how do you bridge the time gap, my answer to that is that you don't bridge it, you manage the time gap in the hope that in the long run it will be reduced to a point that is more manageable. But there is always been doesn't really matter which technology you've been looking at, there is always this kind of organizational learning competition between those that devise malicious ways of using the technology and those that instead are there to protect a good and positive way of using the same technology. There's always this competition, and what you can do is manage it, manage the time gap. And how do you do that? It's through really a portfolio approach of measures that, as it was just said, allow kind of downstream management at the very end, at the very like user level, managing downstream incidents and make sure that those actors can really cooperate and resolve the issue. And then you manage it upstream. And there are several components of upstream management, which include definitely conversations going on at the UN. And it is important, despite the fact that the UN is often perceived from the exterior as this very slow-moving kind of entity. In fact, it is slow-moving, but it has the benefit of having all of the big players and the big countries in there. So it might take a decade, but at the end you may achieve something that has the buy-in of all of the big players. Whereas if you take any process you take outside of the UN, you may catalyze a quicker response, but in the meantime you might kind of lose all of those big players that are not particularly interested in rushing into a decision that might not be beneficial. So upstream management through persistent engagement, if you want, in the UN, but also industry standards that were mentioned are a way of kind of upstream management to prevent, if you want. It's a prevention measure. So really, there is a role for everyone. Civil society, for me, as a key role in education, and in particularly focused on youth and the so-called digital natives that are now in university. They're not so much anymore just in primary schools. So we're witnessing this kind of a changing in generations, and it is important that education is put in there, because security by design is something that is very technical, very industry, but industry kind of focused. But I think cybersecurity should also be by culture and by duty, as a civic duty that each citizen should have. But in order to become that, there has to be really a true appreciation of what each one of us can do to be kind of an active kind of a cyber peace agent in the world. And just to finish on an anecdote, my parents are in their 80s. If a message pop up on their phone that says you need to update your system, they're like, I don't understand what this means. It's just distracting, close window, right? It is important, even something as small as the patching culture, making sure that societies at all levels understand the critical importance of patching and updating with the rate of connected devices that we heard today. It's so critical. And then, really last point, the issue, the concept that I've heard that in a conference that I just want to bring to the table. We often hear about the Internet of Things, but there is also another Internet, which is the Internet of forgotten things. So the things that are connected, remain connected, and people even forget that they have them. They don't update them, they don't patch them, and they are critical vulnerabilities and critical access points. So it's really a comprehensive response by nature, upstream and downstream.
Thank you so much. Apparently, we don't have any questions, which either means we need a different hour slot in which to take all the questions, or allow our audience to, settle in with the messages received during this conversation. Just to wrap up, I would add the words that stuck in my head based on what you said. The need for community, the need for agility, for patience to some extent, for education definitely, for more communication, for both ad hoc meetings and roundtables, as well as structured dialogue that would take a lot of time, and standardization. That being said, I hope I haven't forgotten anything, but we definitely need this multi-stakeholder coordination. And with that, I would thank you for joining the Atlantic Black Sea Security Forum 2021. Hopefully the conversation we shall have next year will be, a little bit more nuanced, and we won't come back to the whole education and culture thing, which seems to pop up year on year. Dan, Sheryl, Rachel, Clara, and Giacomo, thank you again. And thank you for our audience for tuning in. That's it.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.